Hello everyone, welcome to a new thing here, trying a new game. Well, not a new game. This is Brass Birmingham, which is currently rated the #1 board game in any category on Board Game Geek. I played this once at a board game, like at an LGS, I guess, at a board game store with a group. 6 years ago, 5 years, I'm not sure exactly. So around then, I don't know. The game is older than that, but it's sometime in the 2000s. I'm not sure exactly. And I played it just the other day with a friend of mine, and we both had to learn the rules from scratch because neither of us had played it. It took a long time. We're both very slow players, very methodical. But we're planning to play again sometime, and I thought I would have a run through myself here against an automa. Automa? I don't know how you're supposed to say this word. It's not a real word. A lot of board games, modern Euro board games these days, often come with, or you can get separately, like a set of rules to follow to have something like an AI, an artificial second player who will take plausible seeming actions to simulate as if you had another player in the game. And of course, these are not always super high fidelity. They're missing a lot of the important player interaction that games like this would have, but they give you a reasonable facsimile without having to implement a custom AI, right? So I'm doing that here. I'm playing this two-player against the automa. This is not a how-to-play video. There are lots of excellent tutorials out there, since this is the most popular game currently in existence, or most highly rated anyway. And there's one linked from the official rulebook for this game, which is the one that I watched. I found it excellent. If you want to learn how to play this game from scratch, go watch that. In 35 minutes, you will be confident that you can play a game. And there, I forgot a rule or two during the actual game that I played, but mostly having watched that video prepared me adequately for a game. So, this will not be a how to play, but since I am a new player, I will probably be looking up rules to remind myself. As usual, when I play games, I feel like the only value I really bring to the table is explaining what I'm thinking about. There's the occasional joke here or there, but I feel like mostly what I do that makes these videos worth watching at all is explain what I'm thinking about, and so I will probably also do some explaining of what actions are legal and why. And when I do things, I'll say, oh yeah, here's how you sell stuff or whatever. So that's my little introduction, I guess, for what kind of video this will be. Brass Birmingham is a game. It is a sequel to the original game called Brass, which has since been republished as Brass Lancashire, which, with I guess some changes, I don't know the details exactly. Brass Birmingham added some complexity, and apparently they're working on another sequel called Brass Pittsburgh that's in Kickstarter right now. Kind of cool, but I don't. I read a review of Brass Pittsburgh, and it sounded neat, but it doesn't exist yet on Tabletop Sim, and learning Birmingham is complicated enough for me. So this is a game about the 1800s in England and managing a transportation network and trying to gain profit thereby. You are going to be building a number of industries and a transportation network linking those industries to each other and to markets. And, in classic Euro style, a lot of things you do can earn you points or money or income or whatever. So there's a number of ways to succeed, but that's the overall flavor of what we're doing. This implementation is a tabletop simulator mod, which was, when I played with it the other day with my friend, pretty good. The pieces are definitely all here. If I had to, I could do everything by hand. The mod has some scripting support, which was good enough when we played it. we fought with it a little bit, but it was willing to, it allowed us to correct cases where its expectations didn't match ours. So I don't think this will break anything. The automa doesn't behave exactly like a player, but I have it seated as if it were a player. And I think I have a plan for how to get it and the mod to play nice together. I don't have the automa rulebook on screen for you. I don't have the player rulebook on screen either. I mean, it's here, but you can't read it. But I do have, you can see up in the top right, this is a website that will draw automa cards for you. So you don't have to load them into Tabletop Sim or whatever. So I'll be consulting this when it's the automa's turn and doing all this and then actualizing its actions here on the player board. So I guess I'm ready to just hit... okay. I'm playing the automa on easy difficulty, so this is its player mat, which consists of all the industries a player can build. I have my own over here. And you can see they're very slightly different. Mine has all of the tiles on it. The automa on easy difficulty... So the only difficulty change... The only change to the automa for choosing difficulties is you remove some of the industry tiles from its board, so that it kind of counts as having already built them and can build more advanced ones more quickly. On easy, you remove very few tiles. I've removed one of these breweries, this one here. Normally this pile is too tall. I've removed one of these. You remove its first low-level coal mine, and one of its 3 low-level cotton plants. These are all removed. So just put them over there. If we were playing on a higher difficulty, we would remove more stuff. I don't know, a bunch of these manufacturing ones would be gone. So these are the, I think, 6 industry types you can build. We'll get to them later, I imagine. So I'm going to hit start game, and I hope that everything will work great with the mod here. So it's set everything up. It's dealt us all our cards. The automa doesn't need these cards, but I will have to play them to convince the mod that it's taken its turn. So that's fine. We've got a little UI here to manage our money. The game has decided that the automa acts first. The mod has decided that. The actual automa rules say that it always goes second. So what I will do is just give the automa a humongous pile of money. Great, we shouldn't run out anytime soon. And the amount of money that you spend on a turn dictates player order for the following turn. So I'm just going to spend some money for the automa every time it's its turn and then it'll show up last. This very first turn, I'm not quite sure the best way to do it. Oh, actually, I can probably just do this, right? No. I mean, I can, but it's not what I want. This button here, okay, so okay. What would happen if I just, did this? What will it think the cost should be? It's that's ridiculous. It's not your turn. Okay, fine. So I'll just figure out what my turn is going to be. I'll get ready to place it, and then I'll take the automa's turn and have the mod be happy with it, I think. Stop. It should be my turn. How do I can't do that? I don't know how to use the hot seat features in Tabletop Sim. Okay, well, what the hell? Why can I not? Why can't I be me? Okay, go over there. Yes, fine. Now it's my turn. Okay, so I have a hand of 8 cards. Yes, that makes sense. And there's only 2 card types in the game. Technically there are these wild cards here, but you try to avoid taking these. And they're basically just wild versions of the existing card types. So you can have industry cards, like this is a coal card. You play this. Let me make sure I'm not missing any automa setup, actually. Set up for 2-player game. Choose a difficulty level. Set up the deck. Great, that's all. Okay. So there's location cards. If I wanted to build a coal mine, I could use this to do so. In any city, in any location that is part of my network. Or if I wanted to build this, if I wanted to play this card, I would be able to do anything I want in the town of Stafford. Generally building in it. The funny thing is, like, so there's several actions you can take on your hand. You can build, you can sell, you can loan, you can scout, you can develop, you can network. And you have to spend a card no matter which action you take. But of these 6 actions, only for one of them does it even matter at all which card you play. And that is build. So building is a very important action. And that is what you want to manage these cards for. You know, I mean, call me crazy. How much money do I have? I have exactly $17. Okay. Well, yeah, so that means I can't actually... Okay. I think what I will do... For my first action, I will just take a loan. So, sorry, I don't have $17. I have 17 pounds. We are in England. So the loan action, you discard any card that you don't want. Is there anything I have excess of? Can I sort these? I mean, there is no sort button, but I will do this by hand. So I don't have the same city twice. But I think I will not need my Coventry card. So I will, for my turn, play Coventry and take a loan. But as I said, I'm not doing this on my turn. Well, the mod wants... Why does... I can't... I'm both players. Why won't you let me say what the other guy's supposed to do, man? I'm the only one here. Why can't I click this button? So I can change my own color, and I can say... I guess I'll say I'm teal now. Yeah, fine. But then it's like, oh, you're acting as black... Okay, so I guess what's happening is... I don't understand how Hot Seat works in Tabletop Sim. I guess what's happening is... I am acting as Automa. And rather than changing seats to be a different player, it thinks that as part of my turn, I want to change colors. Very strange. But fine. I guess I can just always be this, right? I can Black is the game master. He can see anything. So I can just take turns for both players without switching seats, I guess. The mod, as I understand it, like all the stuff you need to do doesn't need these buttons. Although I'm going to want to be orange. Anyway, we can fix that all in the next round. So I'm going to take a loan on my turn, but I won't do that until my turn actually happens. So instead, we're going to appease the mod here by taking the Automa's turn first, even though really it should be second. So where's the Automa card? Here it is. So this card says... So on every round, the players alternate taking turns. And on every turn, you take exactly 2 actions, except the very first turn of the game where each player takes only 1 action. So the Automa card that was drawn, this is the back of the whole deck is face down. This is the back of the top card. And you look at this thing in the top left only for the very first action of the game, and it tells you what to do for the first turn. So this says draw. So we're just going to draw a card and perform the build action on that card, right? Let me just check the rules here. First turn of the game, look at the top left of the rear side. Card says draw it, execute the build action, otherwise place a link. So this build action, oh, the text is so small. If I zoom it, no, that's no good. What fucking, that's a Birmingham, Redditch, Coalbrookdale. Now wait a minute, aren't these both build actions? Let me look at the anatomy of an automa card. An action slot with the icon of a particular industry and a city name in the banner means it builds there. Okay. So, yeah, I guess this card has 2 build actions on it. So I'll take the first one, if that's legal, which it's not. So, okay, this, you can see my mouse cursor here, right? Yeah. Oh, weird. You can also see stuff moving around on the tabletop sim window. Don't pay any attention to that. So this card means it will build an ironworks, linking to it if necessary, but only if the current market price of iron is at least £3. It's not worth its time to build an ironworks otherwise. And currently, where is it? The price of iron, that's this stuff here, is at a mere £2. So it's not worth its time to build an ironworks. Fine. So we look at the second thing, which is another build action. It will build, preferably at Nuneaton, and secondarily at Redditch, a manufacturing industry. And that parenthetical link, I think, means only linking if it has to. If it has, okay. Link can place in order to reach a coal source. I see. So many of the things that you do require consuming either coal or iron. Iron can be consumed with no connection requirements, whereas coal has to be shipped in by train. The thematic reasoning for this is that you needed coal in enormous quantities back during this time, and it could only be shipped by train, whereas while of course iron is indeed quite heavy, you didn't need very much of it, and so they would just put it in a horse and cart. And so you could kind of get it anywhere. So, okay, in order to build this manufacturing that it wants to build, it needs access to coal. And I guess it wants to build in Nuneaton or Redditch. Well, the thing is, if it built in Nuneaton, it couldn't find access to coal. The coal market, there's no coal currently on the board, and I'm not going to place any. My action is taking a loan. So instead, you can get coal by buying it from these little markets. There's kind of spots on the board where the game board we're playing with kind of ends, and it connects to big markets in England where you can buy and sell stuff. So all of these markets have coal, I believe. Oxford, Gloucester, and Shrewsbury all have coal. And there are some markets up here which we're unlikely to use because in a 2-player game you don't ever draw any blue or teal cards, but in theory you could get up there, and they also have coal. Okay, so I think the only legal way to take this turn for the AI is to spend any arbitrary card, because the AI doesn't care about its cards, and place a link connecting Redditch, its second favorite coal manufacturing tile, to Oxford, a source of coal. And then it will build its manufacturing tile here. Total cost 12. Fine. and it will consume a coal from the market. So it says total cost 12. Is that right? 3? Yes, it is. So it will spend 3. It costs you £3 to place a canal. So at the start of the game, we haven't even invented railroads. We're shipping stuff on canals. These little blue lines along the links. Many of the links in this game can support either canals or rail. We'll eventually invent rail and we'll stop using canals. But for now, we can only build on links that have these blue lines on them. There are some that, like this one, only has blue links, so you can only build this straight if you have canals. If you want to get there with rail in the later part of the game, you'd have to do a 2-step link. But that's like almost the only one, isn't it? Almost every link supports rail. So it's building a canal here to get access to coal. It's paying £3 for the link, £8 for the manufacturing, and you also have to consume a coal. The thing is, I don't know how I'm supposed to, like, can I want to change a Malloy's color. Oh well. I can probably just, yeah. So, and it has to buy coal from the market, and this coal currently sells for 1. So what we're going to do is we're just going to throw this coal away and say that this is built. And we will end Teal's turn. It's drawn a new card for Teal, doesn't matter. If I say pass, have I become a Malloy? I have. A Malloy is incorrectly sitting here, which is not really what I wanted. Okay. Yeah, fine. I don't know why he keeps asking me for that player's card. Why? It just switched me back to this player. That's what I don't understand. Go sit there. Okay, now it's Orange's turn and we're all happy. I don't know why this is happening. So on my turn, I said I was going to play Coventry, I think? I think so. So I'm spending a card for turn, and my loan action is to gain £30. Why isn't it showing me? There should be a little UI thing saying what I'm allowed to do. Weird. Okay, but that's fine. I've already... Nope. Okay. Yeah. So I'll gain £30, but my income will decrease by 3 income levels. So from 0 down to -3, which puts me on this 7 spot. So I gain negative income each round until I have discharged this loan usefully. Is that really what I'm supposed to do? Maybe I should have built some links first so I could have the loan hanging over my head for less time? My idea is I want to build pottery here and then sell my pottery. But I can't afford to do that with just the money I have. I'm going to have to build some links to get the pottery to Oxford, where there's a willing merchant ready to buy it. So maybe I actually don't take a loan this turn. I'll stay here. And maybe what I'm supposed to do for turn is just... I'll spend this card still. It doesn't really... Well... Actually, I think I'll spend Stafford. Maybe I'm going to want the Coventry card now that I'm not planning to leap on the pottery there. And I will spend £3 on this link here. Normally, when you place a link it has to be connected to your existing network somehow. When you build using a location card, you can bypass this rule. Like if I were to say I'm playing Redditch to build in Redditch, that's allowed. But if I want to add a link to my network or build using an industry card, it has to be connected to your network. So this will cost me. Yeah, it would be nice if the mod had its UI thing here, so I could. It makes change for you, whatever. So I'll just make change like so. Actually, one of these has to be like so. So there's my 15. And I will spend 3 of them. I should put them here to track how much money I've spent for my turn. But remember, we're just assuming that every turn I spend less than the automa. So here, you spent 15. And that I think is a better first turn for me. I can take the loan later so that I have fewer turns of negative income. I'll take the loan when I'm ready to actually build the pottery, maybe. So that's the end of my turn. And it plays that little clang clang noise. The round is over. So we each, I think, would have gotten income, but we don't have any income, so nothing happened. Oh, I've got this button back. Great. So start the next round, please. Okay. That's when we would get income. And it's rearranged the player order markers to put me first because I spent less money than the opponent did. Now I think I'm ready to take out that loan. So I drew a replacement card, which I guess was Worcester. I know how... for my American viewers, like me, the British pronunciations of a lot of these towns, like this looks like Worcester, right? Or something? But it's Worcester. I don't know the pronunciations of all of these. Like I know Gloucester, Worcester, these are well known. Shrewsbury, that just is like obviously how you say it. They would never dream of saying Shrewsbury. It's just Bree. You know, like Colebrookdale. I assume it's not Colebrookdale. Like Colebrook. It's probably more like Bruck than Brook, right? But is it Dale or Dole? I don't know. You know, this is Wolverhampton. I can't imagine they would pronounce this H. So my point is, I'm not an expert at pronunciation of British stuff. I think I'm okay at it. So that may explain if you're, you know, some of my pronunciations may seem incorrect if you're too American or more British than me. That's just an explanation. So this is Worcester. I have drawn Worcester. Fine. Worcester's down here. So I think now that it's my second turn, I get to take 2 actions. And gosh, I hope he doesn't take the beer. Yeah, he probably won't, right? He might. Probably. Can I can't. Okay, looking at the automa board, we're gonna use the back of, no. We're going to see the front of this card and the back of whatever's under it, and that'll determine the AI's action. So I don't really know anything about what it's going to do. Okay. The trick is I want to get access to this beer. You need beer to do a number of things, but in the Canal era, you only really use beer to sell goods to market. And like, why do you use beer to sell goods? The answer, according to the rulebook, is that during the time when this game was taking place, you know, safe drinking water was not readily available. And so if you wanted workers to do things for you, you know, in order to keep them alive, you had to provide them with beer so they had something to drink, basically. So any actions that require, like, humans doing something... I mean, everything like building does, but like they're in a city, you can assume they have access to beer when they're building, I guess. But like, if you want to take a person to take this pottery with them down to Oxford and sell it, you need access to beer. So some beer starts on the board, and you can use that for free, but if that beer is used up, you need to provide other beer somehow. So I'm hoping this beer is still here at the end of the automa's turn, but I can't really guarantee it. Okay, well, anyway. So I think what I want to do for my turn is spend the Coventry card now to take a loan. So I'll just push this button, take a loan, and the mod does it for me. Gives me my $30, moves this down 3 spots. And I will also spend my pottery card to build my pottery building in Coventry. Coventry is part of my network because I have a train link going there. So that's a legal place to build. The cost is £19 because it's 17 to build it, but I also need iron, and the only iron available is in the market where it costs £2. So I believe this is correct. I would like to pay £19. And that included removing the iron from the market. The mod did that for me. Great. So we will end my turn. It's drawn me replacement cards. And it's even switched me to automa. Perfect. Okay. The automa will play 2 cards at random. Doesn't matter what they are. And then take its actions, which are... Drumroll, please. It will build cotton factory, cotton plant, cotton something, whatever those are, in Worcester or Birmingham, building a link there first if necessary. I believe it can do that. Yes. It can't reach Worcester because it's not in its network, and the single rail link would not change that. But it could reach Birmingham. So it will build a link to Birmingham. Oops, link to Birmingham here. Hello? Oh, it can't! This is rail only. Excuse me. So is it legal for it to build here? I'm not sure. Because I don't think Oxford is part of its network. I think only locations on the board can be, not market locations. So I think it actually can't take this action. Because it doesn't have access to Worcester or Birmingham. And can't get it with a single link. So what will it do instead? It will build a link to either Worcester or Birmingham. I'm not sure how it knows that it's possible to do that. I guess it doesn't. It is possible that you are unable to perform any of the cards on one of these cards. Okay, but it will build a link to Birmingham. Oh, it's gonna drink my beer, isn't it? Oh. Yeah. Okay. It's not my beer. It's anybody's beer. So it builds a link. No, but it can't do that, right? It can't. That's why it didn't do the other thing. It can't build there. Okay, let me double check what it means to take a link action. Places 1 or 2 link tiles starting from the city shown in the banner. City indicated by the card must be part of its network. So it has to start from... So as a player, you can... If it were legal to build rail links... Well, okay, maybe a better point. Let's say I wanted to build to Nuneaton for some reason. I could go from Coventry to Nuneaton. That's no different than going from Nuneaton to Coventry. They're the same. But for the automa, it has these link cards actually say it has to build from Worcester or Birmingham, and it's not in any of those, so it can't do that. Okay. So instead, It can't take its build action. So I think what we do next is we look for what it can do on the backside, and what it can do is sell, right? Sorry, scrolling through the rules here. Description of card action. Preparing. Okay. The rear side has a list of stand. Okay. So it's describing what all of these are, like what each action kind is, but not what its turns are. How do I perform an automa turn? We're not looking at the first turn of the game. I'm sure I read this somewhere. Okay, how to play. Take your turns as normal. On the automa's turn, draw the top card. Find the topmost action slot in which there's a legal action to take. Ah, I see. If none of them are legal, discard the card, draw again, and go back to step 2. Okay, so let's draw another one. We don't just proceed to the back side of the card. We draw a new front side. Build in Coalbrookdale or Burton a brewery. Surely it can do that, because it doesn't have to be part of its network, and nobody's built in Coalbrookdale. So we can build this brewery here. Great. Then this second action, it does not do, correct? Let's see. If the automa has taken 2 actions, which can happen, there are actions that take up both of your actions, its turn ends, but that's not true at the moment. If only one, look at the back of the next card. Okay, so that's this one here. The automa takes the topmost legal action, which here is sell. So it will sell a good to a willing consumer. And it has, indeed, in Redditch, some manufactured goods that there's a buyer in Oxford who is willing to buy manufactured goods, and there is beer available to facilitate this trade. So it will do that. It will use the beer from the market. Okay. So we flip this over, which gives the AI some income, which it doesn't care about, and use up this beer. But it also gives the AI some points at the end of the round, at the end of the era in various ways, which we'll talk about later. Okay, let me make sure I'm performing all the things in the sell action. It flips all industry tiles it can and consumes all required beer barrels. Well, fortunately, this brewery... Oh, I should have, when it built the brewery, put a beer there. So this beer can't do anything at the moment. But it's there to facilitate future sales. It flips this tile. Gains the merchant's reward only if they are VPs. So this merchant rewards you with 2 income, which the automa doesn't care about. The mod is putting them in automatically, and I'm not like intentionally fixing it and making it gain 0 because it just doesn't matter. Okay. And let's say it spends another $5 because we want to make sure there's... Actually, we just want to make sure it goes last. So, oops. Well, okay, whatever. It actually spent 35 this turn. Doesn't matter, but this way the mod will continue to think that it goes last. So what did it build this turn? It built a brewery. Which will consume an iron as well. Okay, fine. Pay. Yes, so that iron is gone. We will end your turn at this time. You took 2 actions. You built a brewery, and you sold your manufactured goods. The round ends and we gain income. Me, negative income because I'm in debt for my loan. The automa, positive income, which it doesn't even need. Okay, so it's getting trickier now to sell this. I was hoping that I could take my turn by just building a link here and then selling this, but now there's no beer to do it with. So instead, I have to go find some beer. This beer is owned by the opponent, and it is legal to use that beer, but only if it is connected in your network to the place you're trying to sell. Whereas if the automa wants to use this beer, it can do so freely. I have to be connected to steal it. It's not stealing. I would be buying it. The automa would get a reward for selling some beer, but it would rather get the beer and the reward for using it up. So I need, basically, I think, to just build 2 links for my turn. Link up Oxford and Walsall, planning to build a brewery there. I can't build in Nuneaton because... Nuneaton? Who knows? Because this link and this link are both rail only. And I don't see any other convenient places to get beer. There is Walsall, which is the one I'm choosing because it's kind of the only one I can. I guess I need to be careful. I don't want to connect up that beer and then have the automa steal it, if possible. But I also don't want to build 2 links without, this link and this link without building the brewery, because then what if the automa just builds a brewery right there and screws me, right? I guess if it does that, it won't be able to spend the beer and I'll be perfectly happy. Yeah, that seems true. Okay, so I guess I will spend my turn making 2 links. Let's say spending Dudley... Well, there's not a terrible opportunity here, I suppose, to build an ironworks. Yeah, that's actually great. I should do that, right? So I'll spend $3 building a link to Birmingham. Oh, I don't even have to do that. I could, but I don't have to. Oh, I do. Birmingham needs access to coal. Okay. So I will connect Birmingham to Oxford so that I have access to the coal market there. And then play my Birmingham card to build an industry of any kind in Birmingham. The industry that I will build is this one. I will build an ironworks. Birmingham has a slot for ironworks, so that's legal. It says my cost is 10, 5 for building this, 3 for building this link, and 2 to consume a coal. That all matches up. So I will pay 10. And what happens when you build this is the first time we're seeing someone build one of these industries that produces cubes. When that happens, you fill up the cubes on this from the supply. Not the market, the supply. And immediately sell as many of them as possible to the market. So I will get 4 iron cubes here from the supply. And look at that. There's space for 4 iron cubes in the market. So I'll just press this, and it'll give me... I'll sell them for 1, 2, 4, 6 pounds. Now, I'm losing money on this deal, right? Because building this cost me 7, and I'm only getting 6 pounds for the iron. But I get to flip this iron tile immediately, which will give me income and points. So that's why it's desirable to me. So let's just do this right now. And you could hear it was giving me money as I did this. I went from 12 to 18. That's all correct. And the market is now saturated for iron. And I flip this. So now I gain the 3 income immediately. And at the end of this canal era, I will get 3 points. And every link connected to this, whether to Birmingham, whether mine or the opponent's, will be worth 1 additional point, because that's what this marker means. One point for any link connecting here at the end of the era. Okay. That works for me. That's my whole turn. I played 2 cards. I built a link. I built an ironworks. It wasn't part of my plan, but the automa consumed some iron somehow. I forget how. Ah, the brewery. That's right. Making it appealing to sell some iron back to the market. I don't know if this was the best play, but it seems reasonable. So let's end my turn. And the opponent goes. So it'll play any 2 cards arbitrarily. And we will go look at the automa card to see what it does. By the way, my apologies if, like, I've set it up so that you can see this kind of overlaid on top of the tabletop sim window. I'm generally only looking at the tabletop sim window, and I might not notice if this is covering something important up. I think it probably won't, because I never look at anything way up here. I'm always, like, zooming in close and looking like this. So probably it won't cover anything important, but my apologies if it does. I probably won't notice. So, okay, what is it doing? It needs to draw a new card. And the action is to build manufacturing in Birmingham, linking there first if necessary. It still can't do that, because there's no way to link to Birmingham. So it won't do that. Instead, it wants to build in Dudley. Is that a coal mine? Must be. Yeah, okay. Kind of surprising. Because I'm a little surprised that it has a build a coal mine action that doesn't care about the current price of coal, the way that its ironworks action did. But okay, fine. It wants to build a coal mine in Dudley, and it can. And then it additionally will want to build a link out of there. That will take both of its actions, so we're not going to do anything else. So let's build a coal mine in Dudley. This doesn't have to be part of its network. It's sort of effectively playing a Dudley card to say, I'm going to build this here. And then it wants to build a link, and I have to consult the rulebook for how it decides where to link. Well, let me, I guess, first check that it does indeed. The action says coal mine followed by link. It builds a coal mine and then places a link tile. This is 2 actions and ends its turn. Okay, that's what I thought. So how does it decide where to link? If it's the second railroad link, no. Link to a city that's already part of its network. I don't think it can do that. This is part of its network, and this is part of its network. Those are the only 2 cities. It can't link directly to either of them, so no. Link to the city with the most built industry tiles, no matter who is owner or how many are flipped. This is a tiebreaker that applies. I just built an ironworks in Birmingham, so it can connect from Dudley to Birmingham and be connected to an industry. So when it builds, it does get it's actually placing coal. So okay, when it built that coal mine, well, okay, I guess I'll shortcut this. It should get 3 coal on it. Oh, but it's not going to sell that coal to the market, is it? So it wants to. When you build, as I said, an ironworks or a coal mine, the next thing you do is sell as much of it to the market as the market can bear, if possible. But this coal mine is not connected via network lines anywhere. So the automa can't sell these to the market. it's about to build a link, but that's happening after it builds here. Okay, interesting. So it'll do this. And now, even though this is connected, the market only gets one shot to buy stuff up. After that, you consume... players who take build actions that need coal can consume it from here. Okay, so they're not going to the market. Fine. So let's grab 1, 2, 3. And, you know, total cost is 10, but we want to make sure that it goes after me, so let's say it spent 15. And we will end its turn. Because it took 2 actions. It built a coal mine, it built a link. Done. Let's start the next round, and my income is back to 0 because I gained income from this ironworks. It's my turn. Great. Yeah, I think this tabletop sim mod thing is working out okay. I've figured out the whole hot seat thing. Turn 1 was awkward because it wanted a different turn order than I did. I still don't know what was going on in that time, but fine. Well, now I have another problem, which is that I want to build a brewery in Walsall, but it's not part of my network. So I have to link to it, unless I drew a Walsall card? I didn't. So I'm planning to play one of my 2 brewery cards. That's fine. This is my second Kidderminster? No, I spent the other one. Okay. I'm just worried that what's going to happen is I'm gonna connect up Walsall, I'm going to build a brewery there, and then the AI is going to steal my beer. But it won't do that, right? Because it will always prefer to spend its own beer if possible. Yes. Okay. So I think this is fine. I can afford this, right? 8, 9. Yes. Okay. So I'll spend... I don't really see myself going to Kidderminster anytime soon. So I'll spend a Kidderminster card. Maybe I want extra beer. I don't know, but I don't think I'm going to Kidderminster. So I'll spend the Kidderminster card to link from Birmingham to Walsall. And then I will spend a brewery card to build a brewery in a place that is connected to my network. Here, Walsall. So it's determined that I'm spending £9. 5 plus the iron is 1 is 6. 3 for the link. That's all correct. So let's do that. Pay £9. My turn ends. It correctly consumed an iron from the market. We should make sure to note that, but we don't have to do it ourselves. Oh, I must place a beer here. That was the whole point of building this, is that now I have access to some beer. Your turn. Boy, I gotta say, the loan I took out for this has not paid off. It's taken me forever to actually turn this into money. But it made sense at the time, I think, because I had hopes of being able to sell it very quickly if I could get access to the market beer, but I couldn't. So, you know, I could have done some other stuff first, but then I wouldn't have had the chance to... Maybe I should have just built these 2 links first. And then hoped to... But I didn't have 2 turns in a row on the first turn. I could only take 1. Yeah, awkward. I don't know. Anyway, the Automa's turn. What are you going to do on your turn? You're going to draw a card. You'd like to build at the South or North Farm Brewery a brewery, linking there first if necessary. So there are 2 farm breweries, which are breweries that you can build that are not in any city. You have to have them be part of your network first, but the Automa can't accomplish that with a single link. It could link to here, but not then also here. And it can't link to this one either in one go. So it can't build at a farm brewery. Instead, it would like to build a brewery in Stafford, which is here. That's perfectly legal. So more breweries in Stafford. Put a beer there. Fine. That's its first action. It will consume an iron, and that's why its total cost is 8. Wait, 8? Really? That doesn't seem right. Shouldn't it be 6? Why 8? The brewery is only costing it 5. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to push this button, but I don't quite understand. And then an iron for 1. Weird. Well, and then its second action, we should look at the back of the card, right? If it has taken 2 actions, no. If only one look at the back of the next card, takes the topmost legal action, which is to sell. And it can't sell, right? It doesn't have any unflipped industries. This coal can't be sold. The beer facilitates selling, but is not itself sold. Okay, so it doesn't do that. Instead, it will develop. If the cost of iron is 2 pounds or less, it will develop. Which currently, iron is only 1 pound, so it will do that. So how does it develop? It takes the develop action, consumes 2 iron cubes if possible, and gets 3 points. So when players develop, they're throwing away industry tiles from their board to get access to more advanced ones. The automa is not doing that. It's just getting points. So it consumes 2 iron at the cost of 2 or less. And yeah. And it gets 3 VP for doing so, regardless of how many it consumed, right? Yes. So we will just move this up. And that's its turn. We need to make sure it spends more money than me. So there you go. To make sure I'm still going first. Done. Oh, you have to play 2 cards. Sure. Okay, let's start the next round. And I'm finally getting to sell this god dang pottery with my beer. Is it possible that I could somehow... No, I don't see anything clever I can do. There's no way I can get access to more beer and have more stuff to sell, because selling is an interesting action. When you sell, when you take the sell action, you can sell as many goods as you can, spending the appropriate beer for each. So, like, ideally, to preserve your action economy, you would love to set it up so that you have 2 or even 3 industries that you are in a position to sell all at once. Because then you only have to take the sell action once instead of multiple times to flip them all. I don't know how realistic it is to do that in the game. In the game I played with my friend the other day, we accomplished 1 or 2 double sell actions over the course of an entire game, and no triple sells. I don't know how realistic that is. Should we have gotten more? Should we have gotten fewer? Who knows? But for now, I think just taking a sell action is by far the best thing I can do. But that's only one of my actions. What am I doing with the rest of my turn? Coal and iron are getting a little bit expensive. Actually, coal is quite cheap right now because there's some just sitting here. So I guess I could try to get into a position to build another ironworks, maybe? And empty that. Oh, or I could build a brewery in Burton-upon-Trent. Because I have the Burton-upon-Trent card, I don't even have to connect it to my network yet to build there. And beer can be consumed without being on your network. So I could do that without having to link, right? But then on a future turn, I would need to, like, link to a new location, then build there, then sell. So it would still be 3 actions. I couldn't use this action to have the opportunity to flip another industry next turn, because it would take at least 3 more, not 2. Anything cool you could do in Worcester? Not really. Maybe it would be nice to try to get a foothold into manufacturing in Wolverhampton to try to sell to Shrewsbury. It would require a lot of linking to make that happen. Maybe my plan should be... Wait, I can't even do that? I'm imagining on a future turn, maybe I could... build an ironworks that consumes 4 iron. But first, like I could develop to get some cheap iron, because I think this pottery card really stinks. It's free to build, but the reward is very small. So I think you're supposed to try to develop this out of the way so you can develop the big one. I'm not sure. Maybe you should take advantage of the fact that this is super cheap and just build it? But when it flips, you like don't get anything. What I want to do... I think I had a Dudley card before and I spent it. I wish I could play Dudley to build an ironworks here, but I can't. Do I have Coalbrookdale? No. I kind of want to like build a link to some place where something is happening so that there will be points available there later, but there doesn't seem to be any such place that I can build to. Maybe build up to Cannock and plan to... Oh, why not Wolverhampton, though? Yeah, I don't know. I'll just build a link to Wolverhampton, which hopefully can link to either Dudley or Coalbrookdale when... if those get flipped this era. So... I don't think I need 2 brewery cards. So let's spend one of those on a sell action. So with that sell action, I will consume the beer at Walsall, flipping it. and consume the pottery at Coventry, flipping it, to sell this to the buyer in Oxford. The beer doesn't have to be linked, but it is. It had to be linked to build it, annoyingly. And Coventry is linked and must be in order to ship all this clay, I guess. So I'm spending the beer, I'm linking those, and the mod gave me my 9 income steps. So very valuable deal. Trent, Redditch. Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to build in Redditch? Oh, there's an ironworks I could build right there. That's cute. It wouldn't flip just yet, but I could take a develop in the future. The annoying thing is I couldn't make use of this free coal lying around. I'd have to actually buy some coal from this overinflated market to build my ironworks. It cost me £9, my entire fortune. Which would also make this coal, the automa's hoarding, more valuable in a way. I also sort of don't want to build in Redditch because when I successfully flip this, the automa will get points for having a link going to it, and I won't. Because I don't have a link going to it. I'll get the income and the points for this, which is lovely, I'm sure. I think it's worth doing. If I'm lucky, the automa will actually consume the iron for me, letting me flip it and actually gain income from it this round. And if I'm not, I can do it myself soon. I can like develop to use the iron. I think that's fine. So right. I have to spend the Redditch card to do so because it's not on my network. So I'll build here an ironworks. It says the cost is 7, but I don't think that's true. Are you saying I can actually use this coal via the connection through Oxford? That's interesting. I don't think I have the rulebook open for this. Well, I guess there's one right over here. Oh, here's the thing I was looking for last time I played that tells you about the composition of the deck. I see. Okay. Yeah. So where's the concept of your net of like consuming coal? Connected locations from one location. Okay, so I guess what that means is that I actually can trace connectivity through Oxford to Dudley. Even though Oxford is a closer place to get coal from. The market is less preferred. I don't have to buy from there if I could ship coal from here, which I can, I guess. Okay, interesting. So it's only £7. Yes, and the mod has taken coal from Dudley, confirming that was how I was getting my coal, and confirming, I guess, also that it is legal to ship coal through Oxford. Interesting. Okay. And in terms of iron, I am selling 3 of it to the market and leaving 1 here for future consumption. Done with my turn. The automa will spend 2 arbitrary cards, and the action it will take is build pottery in Stafford if possible. It can't. It is illegal during the canal era to have the same player have more than 2 industries in the same location. It already has a brewery there, so it can't build pottery there. So instead, it will try to build in Birmingham manufacturing, linking there first if necessary. It is already there, so it will just build manufacturing there. Its manufacturing tile is... Oh, it is! You're going to spend my iron! What a bro! Okay. So we'll spend this manufacturing tile placed here, not here. If possible, you must cover an industry tile that shows only your industry. So it will place that. The total cost is 10, because the cost for this is 10. Oh, sorry, my phone is not on a soft surface, but a hard surface. I'm sure that was very loud for you. I'll move it. It's 10, and then it also must consume some iron. There's some iron right here, which is connected, but doesn't have to be. Iron, as I mentioned before, is simple enough to transport that you don't need trains. So it's going to do that. That's its first action. It doesn't need to build a canal there first, because it's already on its network. So it just builds. Then we look at the back to see what secondary action it can take. It will sell, which... Can it do that? Yes, of course. It has an industry in Birmingham right here, which the buyers at Oxford are happy to purchase. And it has access to beer from these locations. So, how does it decide which beer to use? Merchant beer, then its own beer. I guess it doesn't matter. It should matter. There's tiebreaker rules listed for placing link tiles. Okay. If there's more than one possible building for the sell action, or more than one brewery to take beer from, use these priorities. Count the number of automa's links connecting to them and subtract the number of players' links. It prefers places where it can get points, and you can't. But for both of these places, nobody has any links, so neither of those apply. In the case of a tie, sell from the building in the city that is first alphabetically, or consume beer from there. Okay, well, Colebrookdale comes before Stafford in the alphabet, so it will consume this beer. Flipping this tile and this tile. There's no other industries it can sell from at the moment. It has beer to spare, but no industry. Great. Fine. So that is the end of this action. Its second action, which was to sell. Okay. And please spend 30 bucks so that you can go last. Okay. We're starting round... and start the next round. So we each gained £5. I've apparently caught up to it in income, although it doesn't care about its income. Okay, I have £11. Is there anything useful I can do with this money? Tell me I don't need another loan. I mean, I could just start building links, I guess. Oh, I was saying I wanted to develop... Oh, I forgot. Wasn't it supposed to use my... Ah, I didn't have it pay the cost for the iron it took. So it didn't. The mod didn't automatically take this. So I should have done that. Flipped this. My income should actually be 3 higher. So now it is 3 higher, but I should have gained $1 extra. I should have gained 6 instead of 5. Great. So I have 12 pounds. Not dollars. I should have gained pounds. Okay. Round 6. Okay, so I guess there's still more deck to draw, huh? Okay. What do I need to do now? What's useful? I was saying I would maybe develop to use up my iron, but the iron has been used up. I could build a brewery in Burton-on-Trent. I mean, on the other hand, iron is still pretty cheap right now. It could be a good time to get some develops in. I still haven't built a single coal mine. I mean, there's just lots of coal lying around. Why would I? Let's get these sorted. And Tamworth. So now, if I wanted, I could build in Colebrookdale. Extend my network over there. I would love to get a chance to make use of this merchant beer. I don't actually have a way to build useful industries, though, in these areas. I said I wouldn't want to go to Kidderminster in the past. I discarded the Kidderminster card, but now I'm like, oh, what if I could just, like, build some cotton down here? Connect it up to Colebrookdale and head out. Like, I could build pottery in Stafford, but it's a lot of work to get up there. And I'd have to also connect it. Oh, no, it's already connected. I'd have to connect it to some beer. But it's already connected here to someone who will buy pottery. So, I think, strategically, like, cotton is supposed to be a difficult industry to break into, in a way. And so is pottery. And so breaking into both of them is kind of hard. Because you'll notice there's three cotton on this lowest track. And it has a symbol here saying you can only build these in the canal industry. So if you want to start building, if you don't build any cotton in the canal era, and you want to start building it in the rail era, you have to first develop all of these out of the way before you're allowed to build the ones up here that you can actually build in the rail era. But I want to spend my develop on, like, pottery, right? And maybe a brewery? I'm going to have, what? 10 total actions to take this era. So certainly I could build all the way up to here with, like, 2 linking actions. Build this. We'll develop the bad one out of the way. Build this one. Build a brewery. Sell it. Like, it's certainly possible to accomplish all of that. It's a lot of work, but, I mean, you might as well do something. I don't know if I could afford the 22 pounds, though, while also doing all of this other stuff. My income is what, £6 per round? I really don't want to take another loan. So maybe I should look at a more modest industry. But like what? Manufacturing, I guess. Yeah, it would be nice to get this one out of the way. Maybe that should be my plan. Try to get some manufacturing sold. Where could I do that? Well, Colbrookdale doesn't have that. But I don't have any cards that say manufacturing on them. Tamworth has manufacturing, and I have a Tamworth card. Burton-upon-Trent does too. They're both quite far from the free beer is the problem. Worcester, I mean, can only build cotton there, and I feel like I shouldn't be building cotton. I want to build manufacturing. Well, yeah, I don't even have a manufacturing card. It has to be a place I have a city card for. So Colbrookdale doesn't have it. Worcester doesn't have it. Burton-upon-Trent does have it. Tamworth does have it. So maybe I'm just supposed to build manufacturing in Tamworth? I guess. Can I afford that at the moment? Barely, I think. Yeah. And then I don't know how I'm going to get access to the beer. It's a lot of work. Well, maybe I'll just build my own brewery here. Maybe that's the play. Okay. So, all that said, it seems like it's not going to be a good idea to build another ironworks anytime soon. So I'll spend this to build a link from Birmingham to Tamworth. Now, since I'm planning to spend the Tamworth card to build there, I could build in Tamworth first. But I need access to coal in order for the build to be legal. And I don't have it unless this link is in place. Then I will spend the Tamworth card to build manufacturing in Tamworth. Go on, snap. Why won't you snap? All the others snap. This one... It doesn't have manufacturing there! Okay, I'll build it in Burton-on-Trent then. And I'll do this link. That's fine. That still works. I can still ship coal up there over this canal. So it's updated my total cost to be 11. I think that's true because this costs 8. And I'm getting the coal for free from Dudley. Plus 3 for this link. So yes, let's pay 11. And it removed coal from Dudley. Great. Done turn. The automa will discard 2 cards and take the following action. It will try in Tamworth to... Am I misunderstanding how this build action works? Let me check again. When building... I think I might have been doing this a little bit wrong. I'm not sure. So it will build there. This is a legal build. It will do it. if it can get access to a coal source there, which it can. Okay. I think I might have skipped a legal build before, thinking... Like when it tried to build in Birmingham, I thought it had to be part of its network. But that's not true. What that card was saying was it'll build in Birmingham, and if necessary, it'll add to its network to get access to coal. Okay, so I did that wrong earlier. There's more than one city. Okay, so what is the card we have here? It will build in Tamworth cotton. Okay. That does not require any coal, so it won't even link. It will just build this. Okay, fine. So there's no resources to consume. That's just its first action. Then its second action, we have to look at the back of the card, right? Draw the top card, find the topmost action slot, legal one. Okay, yes. So we don't, even though this second action might well be legal to take, we don't take two separate actions from the front of the card. We take only one of these actions. And that may consume all of its actions if it needed to build this to get coal, but in this case it didn't. So it does something, its second action it does from the back of the card. It tries to sell something. Does it have anything to sell? I think so. Maybe. Ah. So it wants to sell, and the only resource it can sell is this Tamworth thing, but it's not connected to a market. So it can't be sold. Flips all industry tiles it can, which is 0 at the moment. Then, if it has no building ready to sell, check the following conditions for all of its buildings. And there's only one. If the building is connected to its merchant but has no beer, it'll build a brewery. That's not the case. If the building is not connected to its merchant, but you could connect it with only one link tile, it places that link tile. So it won't be able to sell this turn because it's spending its action on connecting. But then next time it draws sell, it'll be able to do so. So we have to build a link from Tamworth into some place with access to coal. Either Birmingham or Burton-on-Trent, which could get coal this way. Not Walsall, because this is rail only. I believe it will choose Birmingham, but let's just double check. There are tiebreaker rules. Link to a city that is already part of the Automa's network. Yes, that applies to Birmingham and not to Burton-on-Trent. So it will build this link. And that ends its turn. Let's spend £15, which is more than me. Great. The round is ending. Neither of us managed to flip our new industry. Fine. So these are the final cards that I will be drawing for this era. The draw pile is empty. We will play out all of these cards, and when they're all gone, the era will be over. So I desperately wish to sell this. Oh, I'm so sad. I was planning to use this beer. I was planning to say, oh, I can just build beer here, and then I'll sell it. But I ended up having to build my manufacturing here, and now I don't have access. I can't build beer here anymore. The fact that I had the Burton-on-Trent card made me think, oh, I'll just play that to get the beer. But now it's illegal because I'm already there. I have so many Burton-on-Trent cards. What's this, some kind of scam? Yeah, now I have a Kidderminster card. Very funny. Okay, is there any way I can get access to a brewery here? Well, yeah. It's not a lot of fun, but I could, for example, link up to stone and then build there. Can I even afford that? £7? I don't think so. Now, I could link up to Stafford and hope to steal the enemy's beer. Because it'll use merchant beer first. I'd rather use merchant beer first too, but reaching that from Burton-on-Trent is crazy. It's so far away. What if I tried to get to this beer? Is that crazy? How much will it... Let's say I spend 6 on beer. On links, excuse me. My income is currently 6, so I'll be at £7 again next turn. That won't be enough to build this, because there's no iron available. Oh, but I'm on this one. I could do that. £5 for a brewery. £1 for iron, and then flip both of them. Okay, I guess that's the play. Which one do I want to go for? Does it matter? If I want to work in Kidderminster, it seems like coming down here might be better. If Cannock is appealing, which it isn't really. Yeah, okay. Well, I was planning to develop at some point. Wonder why I didn't do that. Before building this, I think, is when I meant to develop. But this, no, this, I want this one for sure. So I could stall for a while by developing, like, pottery and manufacturing, I guess. But that's nearly as expensive as building a link anyway, and I need several links. It's going to be a stage 1 brewery. Do I have any stage 2 buildings down? No? Ooh, that's probably bad. If I could get one down, it would be manufacturing. So maybe Cannock is... Yeah, plus there's this... I could maybe build pottery up here someday. I guess I'll try to go to this brewery. What if I just tried to beeline to over here, though, and use the merchant beer? Because I think it's actually really unlikely that the AI is going to use this merchant beer. And then I don't... Well, but I kind of do want to just build the brewery and flip it myself, right? To get a bunch of income. But I'm just like, I think you're supposed to take these when you can. And the final score at the end of the game I played the other day, it was a tie at 76. So 4 points is a really big deal. Getting this beer would be really nice. I just don't see how you are ever connecting up to here and selling something on that turn. You couldn't do it, right? You'd have to build a new industry and connect it to here and sell. And I don't think you can do that. Okay, so I guess I won't build a brewery there. I'm going to try plowing through Wolverhampton and Coalbrookdale. And then maybe I'll like try building a coal mine in Coalbrookdale and sell that to the market or something. Okay, so I want to spend 2 links on the 2 cards on these 2 links. The Burton-on-Trent cards are completely dead to me because, as I've said, you only need these cards only matter if you're using them to build. And it will be illegal for me to build in Burton-on-Trent ever. So these are clearly at least as good to discard as any other cards could be. And I will build this link and this link. And like these are each worth at least 2 points as well, so that's something. It would be nice if they were worth more, but okay. I'll pay my £6. Go. The automa plays 2 cards and chooses its action. Build manufacturing in Cannock or Burton-on-Trent. Well, certainly you can do that in Cannock. Well, can you? Yes, it costs iron to do so. So you don't need access to coal there. So that is your action. You will build this manufacturing in Cannock. And the total cost of that is 11. 10 plus 1, I agree. Then you've done your action for the front sides. You will try to sell something. Can you sell? Tamworth is now connected to a market, and you have access to beer there. Is it connected to this market? No. You could get access to this merchant beer if you built a line, but you couldn't build and also sell this turn. So what it's going to try to do is flip all the industry tiles it can, which I believe is just Tamworth, right? Cannock isn't linked anywhere, and you don't have any other face-down industries. So you will flip Tamworth, selling at Oxford, using your own beer because you don't have access to any merchant beer, and you do have your own. So you will flip Stafford and Tamworth. A lot of points for you there. Cool business. That is the end of the automa's turn. Let's make sure you've spent more than I have. And actually, I should be careful because it should have spent some iron. So I should hit pay 11, and the mod will find some iron and take it out of the market. Cool. End of round 7. I've gained 6 measly pounds. Well, fine. But I'm about to get this stuff, which is nice. So let me spend a card. There's no way I'm building more pottery this round. Get real. But I think Worcester is even more unrealistic. I mean, it doesn't really matter. So let's spend Worcester and Kidderminster. Might I want Kidderminster? Maybe. Spend Worcester and this pottery tile. So my 2 actions will be to link here, costing 3. Let's just pay that now. And then I will sell to the willing buyer in Shrewsbury my manufactured goods from Burton-on-Trent. We can trace a path there. It happens to be all along my rails, but remember, networks connectivity can use anyone's rails. So this is connected. We will ship it and take this beer and immediately gain 4 points. We're not, no, that's 3. You're on 3 because you took some weird special automa action that gave you 3 points you developed. I'm on 4 because that's how much this guy rewards you for using his beer. Okay, and it gave me 5 income for manufacturing. Great. That's my whole turn. I spent £3 on a link and I sold my manufactured goods. Your turn. Getting into the swing of things now. It's getting a bit faster. If iron is at least £2, which it's not. Okay, Wolverhampton or Redditch, you'd like to build a coal mine and then link out of it. Well, Wolverhampton, that is legal. Okay. So there's your coal mine. And you will gain 3 coal, but it will immediately be sold to the market. So the AI gains some gold, some money there. And then remind me what the deal is with building this. The action shows a coal mine. It first builds a coal mine and then places 1 link tile. Okay, and the link tile that it is placing is the normal tiebreaker rules. Link to a city that's already part of its network if possible. Out of Wolverhampton. Well, that could be either Dudley or Cannock. So that tiebreaker doesn't do it. Link to the city with the most built industry tiles, regardless of whether they're flipped or who owns them. Again, these are both one industry, so that tiebreaker does not resolve it. Link to the city with the most free spaces. No, they each have 1 free space. If none of these rules determine a unique link, start from north to the city and go round clockwise, building the first eligible connection you can. So it will connect to Cannock. And it flips this because it sold all 3 of its coal. Okay, so it's now sort of in a position to... It sold to the market in Shrewsbury, or I suppose the one in Oxford. They're both connected. It could go either way. So now it's in a position where it has some manufactured goods it'd like to sell, but there's no longer any beer. So it'll have to find some beer. Maybe I should build a brewery? Let it buy my beer? If I could figure out a way to do that, that could be interesting. Not easy, but could be interesting. Okay, anyway. Your turn is over. Go ahead and pay your 10, I guess. And then your turn. Because it took 2 actions. It built the coal mine, and then it linked up. Start the round. I gained £9. I'm on 13. Might be able to make it out of this arrow without another loan. That would be nice. Certainly I could. If all I wanted to do was link stuff, that would be fine. But I'd like to do more than that. Well, I said I wanted to develop, and that's still true. I've really built 2 ironworks? Wild, okay. I also still want to build a brewery, kind of. It's not easy to do that, though. So my builds are available are Kidderminster and Coalbrookdale. Building in Coalbrookdale, if I could flip it, would be really nice, because I have 2 links in there already. But to flip it, I would need to be able to build an ironworks here. And then also flip that ironworks, which seems difficult. Maybe it's not impossible. Yeah. Because I could build an ironworks there and then develop. So first of all, one of them would be sold to the market. One of the... Oh, but it makes 5 iron. That's so much. It's so hard to flip. One would be sold to the market, and then I could start developing. I guess I could just develop multiple times. That would get it flipped. Yeah, okay, sure. It's a little weird, I think. I don't really know what's normal in this game. It feels weird to me. So I'm going to play the Coalbrookdale card to build, weirdly, my 3rd ironworks. The income on this is pretty bad, though. Hang on. Yeah, like... I'm still a little bit low on income. I don't know, 9 is kind of a lot. Do I want to, like, do this? 2 more income is fine, and 7 points is a lot. And it'll give me lots of iron to start developing with, right? I think that's fine. Figuring out, like, the alternative is it would be great if I could build an industry, manufacturing presumably, and a brewery, and sell them. But with just 4 actions and 13 pounds, that would have to be like 2 links. And then build in Kidderminster and Coalbrookdale, specifically. Well, no, I guess I have a brewery card. I could build anywhere I could connect to a brewery, so I could build one in Stone. Or Derby, I guess. Oh, maybe that actually works. If I have enough money, it would work. I could build up to Derby. Planning to put a brewery there. And I'm already in Wolverhampton, to build manufacturing there. So I don't have to spend a link. So I could spend my 4 actions on link, build, sell. Do I have enough money for that? I have 13 now. After my next round's income, I'll have 22 total. The link is 3, leaving me with 19. Can I build a brewery and manufacturing with 19 pounds? It's very close because I have to buy some iron as well. So it's 15 plus 2 iron. That's only 3. It's 18 pounds? I could survive the automa choosing to spend 1 iron, but not choosing to spend 2. It seems a very risky action. And I kind of have to commit to it, don't I? Building the manufacturing in Wolverhampton, that's fine. Well, maybe it just sucks to do that, though. Because the income reward is like only 1. 5 points is nice, but I feel like I'm at this stage of the game where I still want income. I think building an ironworks and then developing twice is just more realistic. More reasonable. And I can develop through these chunky point ones into income ones instead. Like, this is almost as many points, but way more income. Oh, and it doesn't even cost beer to... This is a thing that I forget. It was one of the rules that I forgot in the game I played with my friend the other day. The amount of beer it takes to sell is not always 1. It's whatever's in the bottom right of the card, which for most things is 1, but some manufacturing is 0 and some is 2. So if I could develop my way through these, which there are 2 of, I could start selling this really premium manufactured good. And I could dig my way through this junky pottery and this low-tech brewery. Or this low-tech coal? I guess I'm going to need to get both these out of the way if I want to be... Because these can only be built during the Canal era. And if I want the opportunity to build them in the future, I need to develop through them if I'm not building them now. But building them each right now kind of stinks, because the coal can't get any use, the beer I won't be able to use. Yeah, so, okay, weird. I think we are actually going back to the original plan. I'm going to, because it's really fiddly, and the reward is not actually all that high to get one of these built. So, I think we're going to build in Colebrookdale. My 3rd ironworks, as I said, seems a very strange thing to be doing right now. Costs £9 because while coal is £1 at the market, I can get access to this free coal lying around in Dudley, which will flip the automa's tile, but it doesn't matter that much, probably. It was going to flip eventually, I think. And I get access to... Well, let's pay the 9. Flipping this. I get 1 iron sold to the market. And then... Oops, that's too many. The remaining 4 of the 5 that I get here go on to Colebrookdale. So that's my first action. My second action is to develop. And that is free because there's iron just sitting here, ripe for the taking. Nice accuracy. I'm just going to get rid of these 2 tiles. So when you develop, you can up to twice spend an iron to discard the lowest card from one of your categories of buildings. So I'm getting rid of both of these. Maybe that's wrong, but that's what I want. Because this seems really nice to get to. I still want to get rid of like brewery and this and the pottery, but I think I'm going to leave the pottery as like something that's less urgent. These, I'm going to want to be able to build breweries and coal mines in the next era, and I have to develop these out of the way if I want to do that. So, fine. Did I didn't put them in here, did I? I put them in, I did. They go here. So I'm paying 0. That's my turn. I already paid for this. The second action costs nothing. I'm done. The automa's action will be... If iron is currently selling for 3 or more, which is definitely not true, iron is free. So don't build an iron works. Instead, try to build a brewery in Walsall. Sadly, that brewery has already been built. Try to build to Walsall, but only if it's already part of your network, I think is what that's supposed to mean. Automa action network. Plays 1 2 link tiles starting for start. The city indicated by the card must be part of the Automa's network. Yeah. So it just can't do that because Walsall is not part of its network. It neither has a building in Walsall nor any links into it. So that is an illegal action to take. These are all illegal actions to take. We must draw another card. Iron is not that expensive, not by a mile. Build a brewery in Nuneaton or Walsall. It can build in Nuneaton. That's fine. That was its first action. Its second action will be to sell if it can. Is there anything it can sell? I've lost track. Canuck has something to sell. Oh, whoops, I should have put this here. And Nuneaton has beer. And it's not connected, but beer, when you consume your own beer, it does not have to be connected. You can just ship it by cart. So the AI is able to take the sell action, flipping Canuck and Nuneaton. And just flipping those cards should have taken care of everything it needed to do. What was its first action? It built this. Oh, I should have... Right. I should still pay 7 because it's going to take iron from me. Onboard iron, yes. Can be taken from anywhere, but there's only one place. So the mod lets me choose, but there is only one choice. Well, let's the automa choose. Okay, great. End. That is end of the canal era. Fine. Sorry, end of the round 9. Moving into round 10. Oh, I messed up and I made the automa go first. I forgot to. I assumed it would have spent more money than me, but it didn't. Okay, well let's plan my action and take it before the automa does. I could still build a brewery if I could link up to one. Right? Now, in order to flip my ironworks, I no longer need to develop because there's only one iron there. So I could spend that iron on something more productive and still flip this. For example, I could build my brewery, but this is a level 1 brewery. Yeah, maybe my develop was wrong? Because if I build this, I can't then spend the beer. And at the end of the canal era, all level 1 buildings fade into obsolescence. They disappear. So if I can't flip a building right now, it's not worth placing a level 1 building. How's coal looking? No, none of this is any good. Okay, so I guess I'm still developing. I'm just going to have to pay for some of the iron. That's fine. Oh, but that's only one action. What am I doing with the other? Any nice links I could build, maybe? For points? There's 3 points here. 3 points here. This is illegal to build. This is illegal to build. So I can get 3 points by building a link. Or I could try to make a start on the next era by placing this building. Can I afford that? Sort of. I could even place this and then flip it because it doesn't cost beer. Right? I have 14 pounds, which is exactly enough to place it for 12 and then spend 2 buying coal from the market. And then I could sell as my other action. I would get an income boost of 4 pounds. And I would score... Oh no, this doesn't have any link bonus. Interesting. This one has a link bonus and mostly points. Oh, right. This is going to score 7 points in each era because it's going to stick around. I see. Okay. So it's probably worth flipping this. And the problem is if I do that, it kind of has to be via developing. But if I also want to make a start on manufacturing, I'd have to build this for 14 pounds, right? So I don't see how I can do that. So that's my entire bank, and developing is going to cost me some money. It's kind of a bummer. I mean, I can develop twice. That's fine. It's just not ideal. Yeah, I guess I'll do that. I guess we're developing twice. There's plenty of stuff I want to develop. So let's remove this and flip it to develop my brewery out of the way. And I will additionally buy an iron to develop this coal mine out of the way. My second action will be to develop... Oh, these are automa cards. Oh! I think I made a mistake there. Yes, I gave automa the money for the iron. Okay, right. I should be... If I flip this, does it take my income away? I think it did. I heard it do something, but I should have been watching what it was doing. I mean, I was on 9 before, yeah. So it took it back, right? Yes, that's working. Okay. So let's put this iron back. I'll do my turn after the automas, even though it should be before, because I messed up the turn order. I've got it planned out now. It's to develop both of these and a pottery and another brewery, I think. So the automa's turn. I need to draw a card because it has, okay. It's going to want to build cotton in Worcester or Kidderminster. Okay, well, that's fine. It can do that. And it doesn't need to build a link for coal because this doesn't require coal. So it's just going to build in Worcester. And then it'll try to sell. Does it have any beer? It doesn't, right? Right. Oh, wait a minute. No, there's beer here. Oh, there's this. No, this one's flipped already. Okay. So, wow, I think it's really taking a very ill-advised action. If it could get this here, it could sell it, because it could use this beer. It's not connected, so it'll say, okay, my first action was to build this cotton thing. And then it flips all industry tiles it can, which is none. Then it says, oh, well, I couldn't flip anything. So if the building is connected to its merchant, but it has no access to beer, that's not true. If the building is not connected to its merchant, but one link tile would be sufficient, it places that link tile. So it will do this, becoming connected to Gloucester. Weirdly, it doesn't actually specify. It could also connect to Birmingham. I see. I think it kind of is specifying. So it builds a link to its merchant. I'm not sure what it should be preferring. I think it's supposed to prefer this, because there are two ways it could build a link that would get it access to a merchant that accepts cotton. This gets it access to Gloucester. This gets it access to Oxford, both of which accept cotton. This one has beer available, but I don't see that listed as a tiebreaker. What I do see as a tiebreaker for placing links in general is, first, try linking to a city that's part of its network. Birmingham is the only choice there. But even if that weren't the case, it would then say, link to the city with the most built industry tiles. So it's going to try to get points for this tile, basically, rather than try to get access to this free beer. Which it turns out is a good decision for it, because this building is going to get thrown in the garbage at the end of the era. Okay. So let's make sure you pay a bunch of money. Oops. Well, that's pay. There you go. So you've spent more than me, and we don't have this problem again. Pay your money. End. You must discard your cards. Correct. Fine. End. Now it's my turn. Now, I've already removed 2 industry tiles, but I need to now actually gain the iron, taking this one off and flipping, getting my income back to where it should be. Buying this one. That's my first develop finished. Now I said I want to develop again. Although, maybe I don't. Because now I actually have enough money. No, right. I was thinking I could build a brewery. But there are no breweries on my network that I could use this brewery card to build. I'd have to link to one first. And then the link would just get thrown away. So I guess the question is, should I be spending my last action on building a link for a few points? Or should I be developing? So I could get 3 points in a number of ways. I could build here. I could build here. Those are all fine, right? Not amazing, but fine. Oh, I can get 5 points by building here. How did I miss that? This is part of my network. Okay. Okay, yeah, I like that. I think that's better than developing. Especially when iron isn't free. I mean, it doesn't cost a lot, but it costs something. I think 5 points is a good deal. So I'll spend £3 on this link. And that's my second action. The first one was developing, which we've already resolved. Yes, 4 is correct, not that it matters. Okay, end turn. End of the canal era. So score the canal era for me. So it's tabulated everything for me. Canal merchants, I see. It's inferred that because we were on steps 3 and 4 on here, the only way that can happen is if you use merchants that give you points. That's not true because the automa gained points some other way. But canal merchants is kind of like points you gained for some reason I don't know. And the only explanation is canal merchants, but the automa is another explanation. Canal links. Oh my god, you got so many points. So let me just double check these. It scored it correctly before, but let's go over them. Is that this? Yes, okay. Each link scores points for these link hexagons in the cities, the locations it connects. So this one is worth 5 points to me. If you mouse over it, it even says, yep, 5 points. This one's worth 4. Yeah, that looks true. This is worth 3. Yeah. 4. Yeah. 4 again, yeah. 3, yeah. 4, yep. And then 5 here. So that's all of my points. Does that add up? Hopefully, I wasn't doing the math. But it labeled all of these correctly, so I assume it added them correctly as well. And you got... Oh no, I was misreading. Okay. Okay, okay. I'm actually doing fine here. You got 15 for links only. It's sort of low, isn't it? This one is worth 2. Yeah, just Birmingham. This one's worth 3, Birmingham and Dudley. This one's worth 5. That's 10. 3 more here is 13. 2 more here is 15. Yes, I agree. Then we're also scoring points for each flipped industry we own. So I have 7. That's so many. Oh my god. 7, 10, 14, 24. Pottery's insane. I didn't realize when I built this that you would score it in both arrows. Oh, I won't score it in both arrows. It's going to get removed, but okay. All right, so where was I? 7, 11, 14, 24, 27, 28. Is that what you got? 32. I missed a 4 somewhere? Let's count them from north to south so I don't double count or miscount. 3. 10. 14. 24. 27. 32. Yes, you were right. 32. And the automa got more than that, 36. I'll just take your word on that. You've gotten all the others right so far. I guess I should check because it has actually a face down one. So let's count north to south again. 5, 10, 15, 17, 21, 26, 28, 33, 36. That was your score, right? Yes, good. And so the canal error there is just the total of our scores. Got it. Okay. Cool. So now it's going to remove all of the links that we placed, the canals that have become obsolete, and all of the level 1 buildings whose technology has become obsolete. But level 2 and higher buildings will remain, forming our initial network. So, for example, I already have presence in Colebrookdale. And wasn't there something else? Yeah, my ironworks, I guess, are the entirety of my presence. Oh yeah, I was imagining I might build this here and then it would be part of my presence, but I didn't do that. Okay. And the automa has kept a couple coal mines, manufacturing, some breweries. But these do not... So that the merchant beer, market beer, has been replaced. This was... Yeah, this was gone. And so was this. They're back. But our buildings don't get, like... They don't reproduce or whatever. All the iron I've ever gotten from this has been gotten already. No more will ever come out of it. But, of course, my income went up by 2. And it got me 7 points that era, and it will get me 7 points this era as well. Okay. So it's time to start the rail era. What's new in the rail era? You can only build along rail lines. So these ones that are dual, of course, you can still build. But now the canal-only ones are off-limits, and rail-only ones are online. The cost to build has changed. Instead of £3, it's now £5 and a coal. Or you can spend a single action to build 2 rail lines at a total cost of £15, 2 coal, and a beer. You can't use market beer for this. This is only for selling to the market. But you can use your own beer, or if you're connected, you can use an opponent's beer. So very, very efficient to use one action to do these 2 things, but of course quite expensive, and you have to set up beer ahead of time to do it. And the other change is now each player can build as many industries as they like in a single city. So, you know, Wolverhampton, the automa could build manufacturing there if it wanted, for example. Okay. Well, there's no coal anywhere on the board. So if you want, I mean, we have a decent amount of money, but not bajillions of dollars. So I feel like my income should be higher than it is. In the game that I played with my friend, both of us ended up with a lot of money left over. And I feel like what happened was we were building coal mines and ironworks too eagerly when we should have been willing to just spend more money buying from the market. And then when you do build a coal mine, it'll be worth a lot more money because, you know, the coal will be consumed up to here or something. And you'll get to sell your coal for a bunch. Okay, well, what's my plan here? I have 2 Coalbrookdales. Wolverhampton, 2 Coventrys. And a bunch of brewery cards? Boy. That seems like a weird hand. But I had a weird hand in my other game too, so I guess that's just how it is. Every hand feels weird. So maybe I should build a coal mine in Coalbrookdale? Build a coal mine and a brewery. Because I want to like build my manufacturing and cash it in, right? At some point. But I think the nice thing about this one not requiring any beer is you can place that whenever you want, and you don't have to spend a sell action flipping it. Because there's no fear that like the opponent will snake the beer before you can get to it. You don't need beer. So you can include this in a different sell action with kind of no downside, I feel like. So maybe I want to try to build 2 manufacturing and then sell them both at the same time? That would be pretty cool. I don't have any manufacturing cards. But Wolverhampton can support more manufacturing, can't it? Yeah. But it needs coal first. So that's why I think maybe build some coal at Coalbrookdale. Then I can use my own coal instead of coal from the market. But like I said, it seemed like, you know, our incomes were too high and our point values were too low in that game I played. So maybe I should just be willing to spend coal. Like, right? Just spend my turn building a couple links, right? To get coal to Wolverhampton. Because, like, if I build a coal mine, it's going to come with, what, 3 coal? Yeah. And I could then immediately spend one of those coal on a link. But then I'd be giving my opponent access to 2 coal for free. And, you know, that would flip my coal mine, which is nice for me, of course. But it would be better if I could, like, buy some coal, pushing the price of coal up for my opponent. Then maybe they buy some coal. The price of coal goes up even higher. And then I place my coal mine and I sell all that coal. Right? I think that makes more sense. So what source of coal? Well, I guess, right. If I'm building manufacturing, it has to be in a place that can support it. A place that can get coal. I have 20 pounds. So it's kind of cute, I think, to try to, like, double build this turn. But I can't afford it. Well, it's illegal because there's no access to coal in either of these places. I have to get coal there to start building. So do I want to start building in Coventry? Or in Coalbrookdale? I don't know. I think probably Coventry because it can actually support 2 manufacturing. So I only have to link one thing in there. The thing is, if I like... Yeah, it also builds links through Birmingham, which is a bustling metropolis that will presumably... The links there will be worth a lot of points at the end of the game, hopefully. So I think I'm supposed to spend 2 cards... building my way to Coventry. Like maybe spend a brewery and a Colebrookdale card? That seems reasonable. Oops, that's 2 breweries. So I still have the other Colebrookdale to build there. If I want. Maybe a coal mine. So I have to build these links using coal from the market. So this is still like pretty expensive for me. Right? Total cost is £12, 5 for each railroad and 1 for each coal. It's actually costing me more money than I'm gaining per turn. Okay, but I'll pay the 12. There goes the coal. Your turn. So, switch the rail era, please, and draw. It's so small. If iron is £3 or more, well, it's not, so I don't have to read the city names. Great. In Tamworth, you will build cotton. That's certainly legal. Oh, something we should do. I guess it doesn't. Yes, this ironworks should be discarded. The players don't get to. Normal players don't get to discard this for free, but the automa at the end of the rail era. Let me just check the rules. But end of the rail, end of the canal era. If there are any industry tiles on the player board that can't be built in the rail era, remove them. So this one, it sort of gets credit for developing, kind of. Okay. Anyway. Now, what it's doing this turn is build... Oh, it might not be able to do that. It needs to build in Tamworth. Ah. Yes. It needs access to coal to do this. But it can get access to Tamworth by building one link, because I already connected Birmingham up to Oxford. So if it connects Tamworth to Birmingham, that's that handled. So its action for turn will be first to build this link, and then to build this cotton. And it doesn't matter, these are both the same. Okay. The cost is 23. 14 plus 5 is 9. 2 for the coal. Ah, 2 coal. Because the railway needs coal as well. I see. So, yes. It spent 14 and 5 is 19. And then also 2 coal, these two, at 2 each, is 4, making 23. So this is the correct cost. And now, if I need to, I can, if I want to, I can build a coal mine and immediately sell all this coal back. Right? For example, I could even do it in Coventry. I was planning to build manufacturing here, but maybe I won't. I'm not sure if it's necessarily correct to do that. Maybe I should let the price of coal go up a bit more. But I think given that I'm about to want to buy coal, like, if I could do other stuff that doesn't involve spending coal, sure. Let the price go up a bit first. Let the AI buy coal for 3, and then I'll sell it back for a high price. But I don't think I can do that currently. Like, what else am I going to want to do this turn? Oh, sorry, I should say, yes, your turn is over. Plus, I would love to get a coal tile flipped, right? 7 income is crazy. Okay. So I'll build a coal mine as my first action using a Coventry card, I think. Oh, I have Canic. Is that any good now? No, it's not connected to anything. So that's why I love these 2 Canic card or Coventry cards that I got. They're going to allow me to build first a coal mine in Coventry. Ah, I get to pick what I cover. No, I don't. There's only one place to do that, here. Total cost £7. Oh, it doesn't even cost any iron. The advanced ones do, but this one doesn't. Okay. So that's just £7. Great. And I get 3 coal, which is immediately sold to the market for 5. And I flip this. My income rockets up. Now, notably, I guess something I haven't mentioned yet, this isn't an income of 7 extra pounds per turn. It's 7 steps along the income track, which as you get income higher and higher, has kind of diminishing returns. So, like, I was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I was here, getting 10 per turn. I'm getting 12 per turn now. So I only gained 2 actual pounds of income per turn. But, like, oh well. That's the way it is. And then I'm going to take advantage of the now cheap-ish price of coal and build manufacturing in Coventry as well. Actually, let's pay the 7 for this. Okay. I can barely afford this. But if I play my other Coventry card, I can put this down in Coventry. Total cost 15. Jeez. 12 plus 1 plus 2. Yeah, that's 15, all right. Okay. I pay. Coal is just so precious in the... You need so much coal for railroads. That's like what they're famous for, practically. All right, done with my turn. You'll spend these 2 cards. If iron is 3 or more, which it ain't. Okay, so instead, oh, you're going to build the Coventry. Oh, you're going to steal the beer. Oh my god. I mean, I guess I can't really use it anyway yet, so fine. Hate you. Fine. You build the pottery in Coventry. That's your first action. This just costs 18, so pay that. Well, 17 plus an iron, which is what it did. And then you will try to sell. And you do have... Oh, you have... Okay. Well, I guess he was getting the beer anyway. There are now 2 industries that you want to flip. But you only have access to 1 beer, so I have to figure out which one you're going to prefer. For all relevant buildings, count the number of automa links connecting them and then subtract the number of player links. While here, that number is 1, and here it's -1. So it's going to choose to flip this instead first. And it will consume this merchant beer. Jerk. Well, I mean, the good news is this doesn't require beer anyway, so I was a ways away from being able to use it. Okay. That's your turn, I think. Incredibly, you haven't quite spent more than me yet, so go ahead and spend another 5. Oops, well, spend 5. There we go. Done. So that was its 2 actions, right? It built the pottery. It sold the cotton. I'm up to 13. I mean, I wish I had more. The price for coal is a little low. I don't really want to do that right now. What I'd love to do is build some more manufacturing. It's actually quite cheap, this one. It's only 8 and an iron? So build manufacturing and get access to beer with it somehow. That's my dream. I have 13 pounds? That's it? Maybe I just have to sell the Coventry. God, coal is actually almost flippable again. Yeah, maybe I'll just build another coal mine. Flips pretty fast and provides a ton of income. If I connect to Shrewsbury, I can just put a coal mine in Coalbrookdale, right? I have that card. So... Oh, actually I have a coal mine card. I don't know which one's more precious. Probably the coal mine card? Am I really building pottery, like, ever? I'd like to do one more someday, but that would involve developing and then building this, and it's great and all. But it's just like, I'd have to find a place to do the pottery as well, and like, the closest one is up here, isn't it? You already took the one in the south, and I think the closest north one is in Stafford. Which I already have the Stafford card if I want to build pottery there. So I think we're not playing a pottery card anytime soon. So let's do that to build a link. Connecting this up to the market. That costs 7. 5 for the link and 2 for the coal. That's fine. Pay that, please. Then... Oh, I still have more of these. I didn't realize. I thought I would need to play one of these. Okay. Right. Which of these is it supposed to be, do you think? I think probably the coal mine one. I'll spend that to put my coal mine here in Coalbrookdale. Total cost 7. Really? Oh, because it doesn't cost iron. I keep forgetting. Okay. And then I get 3 coal, but it's immediately sold back to the market. And I get 7 income boost again. So that was my actions. Link, coal mine. Yeah, pay that 7. Done. Hey, you really can get people to buy coal off of you so fast. I don't know. Maybe I was supposed to like try to delay that so that I could get more value for selling my coal. But I want this link anyway so that I can... Maybe I'm supposed to just link. Wait for you to spend more, but then you might scoop me and build a coal mine, right? I don't know. So maybe this is fine. What are we doing? What are we doing, Mr. Automa? See, he's building a coal mine. Good thing I built one. So Redditch, you definitely can build a coal mine there. That is legal. That costs an iron. So let's just go ahead and process that cost now. And then you also want to build up to 2 links. But when building up to 2 links. So the network okay. Okay, but there's no beer that you can get, right? So you can't build 2 links yet. In order to build a second link, you need access to beer, and you don't have it. So you will build just 1 link, and it will be from Redditch to, I believe, the place where you have the most buildings. Yes, a city that's already part of your network. So Birmingham. So you will do this. I should give you the coal first, right? You made 4 coal. Oh, but again, you didn't connect it to the network. Or you built when it wasn't yet connected to the network. So you weren't able to sell it to the market. Am I crazy? It says first builds a coal mine, then places a link. Yeah, okay. So this coal, there's 4 of it. And then you get this one for free to build your... Oh, actually, I'm supposed to leave it here and the mod's supposed to consume it. It says pay 6, but I think it's actually supposed to be 5, right? That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much the automa ends up paying. Okay, it successfully consumed this coal. That's the main thing that matters. How much it thinks the automa paid doesn't matter. It thinks it paid more than me. That's all I care about. Okay, 19. Starting to get a little bit more workable. So I think what I want to do is get down some manufacturing that's connected to Shrewsbury. And then next turn I can take a big sell action that sells 2 manufacturing goods. It's going to be tough for the AI to use up my beer if I do this, I think. Not impossible. In fact, if it just chooses to sell, there's goods right here in Canuck. But it would be selling as its second action, presumably. So it would have to spend its second action building a link here. and then I'd have a turn to get the beer out. I think that's fine. I don't think there's a big risk there. I might be wrong somehow. So I want to spend a link and build in Wolverhampton. So that's my second card. What's my first? Is it still a pottery card? I think probably. I might want 2 breweries. I don't think I'm doing pottery. So pottery gets me this link. And then I build this. Total cost, insane, 16. Now I could just sell this and I'd be getting the manufacturing income sooner. But I think getting this income sooner is probably not worth as much as getting an entire action for free by combining cells. We'll see. So you've computed my cost to be 16. The link was 5 plus the coal is 1 because this is not connected to any free coal. That's 6. This was 8 and the iron is going to be 2. Yes, that adds up. So that's 6 and 10 is 16. Your turn. You want to build in Colebrookdale or Burton a brewery. I think there's space for brewery in Colebrookdale, isn't there? Yeah, right here. Okay. There's your brewery. And we'll just pay the cost for that now, which includes some iron. Iron's getting a little up there. Then you want to sell something. Oh. This is our first rail age brewery. Breweries now produce 2 beer when you place them. This is like a level 2 brewery, but it was built during the Canal era, so the Canal era rules applied to it. It's not about the technology level of the building, but of society in general, how much beer you get, apparently. So now there's a ton of beer over here that I'm connected to. If I could find a way to use up your beer, I mean, and avoid having to place my own, that would be lovely. Okay, so you've done that. That was your first action. Your second is selling. So what do you have that is available to sell? You have pottery in Coventry. Oh, this one in Cannock. I was saying it could sell that, but this is flipped already. This is from ages ago. So all it can sell. Right, the Tamworth one was sold last time. So all it can sell is Coventry. And it does have access to beer. This beer. So it's going to sell this to the buyer in Oxford. So sell one of its own beer. It's not connected to this sale, but again, your own beer you can transport from anywhere. And it'll sell this. And go ahead and pay another 15 so that you spent more than I have. Okay, so now I'm in a position to make a big sale. I could sell 2 things, but wouldn't it be so juicy if I could take some of your beer as well? Right, you don't have any industries ready to sell yet. I could build to Walsall. and then put more manufacturing there, couldn't I? Oh, that requires 2 beers, right. Very difficult to sell that. I think you're supposed to develop through that one if you can. Difficult. Well, maybe I'll just build an ironworks then as my other action for the turn, assuming I can afford it. 12 and a coal? Yeah, I can afford that. It would not quite sell out instantly, but close. Okay, sure. So my first action will be to sell. The Colebrookdale card is now useless, so that's what I should spend to sell. So I will sell. My sell action will be, first, to flip this. It costs no beer, so I can just do it freely, because it is connected to a willing buyer. Then, because when you're selling, you can flip as many industries as you like, provided you can come up with enough beer and buyers for them. I will also flip the Wolverhampton manufacturing, spending this merchant beer for 4 points. Where am I? Over here? It's my income marker. So from 53 to 57. No, that's my income marker. Go back. Where's my points marker? Here. From 68 to 72. Seems good. That was my first action. I mean, there's no rush to build this. I could let the price of iron go up, I guess. But it might go down. And I don't know. I mean, what else would I do this turn? A coal mine looks pretty bad. Building this is difficult. I guess I could try developing. It's pretty expensive. Could I build a brewery somewhere? I'd love some more beer. Well, I could build one in Walsall, I guess, with the Walsall card. And it just wants more iron, right? Yeah. Oh, I'm starting to lose focus. Okay, pay attention. So, I was looking at a brewery or an ironworks, I think, or a develop. I could develop this pottery. Oh, something I didn't mention on the first pottery card. This little no light bulbs means you can't develop this tile out of the way. Likewise, this one. This would be a nice industry to build, I guess. But it would have to be so far away. Stafford? I can't afford to build it now. I I have another Colbrookdale card? No, I was mousing over this one. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just build a brewery in Walsall, actually. Maybe I should have even not... No, I don't know. I'll want the beer someday. And it doesn't look like it's in great risk of being stolen. Makes the iron pretty expensive. At that, it would really be nice to build an ironworks after this, I feel like. And if the automa scoops me and builds an ironworks on this one turn, I mean, it's kind of sad, I guess. Well, maybe for that reason I should just do it. It's a bunch of money right now. A bunch of points eventually. Yeah, maybe I don't want a brewery right now. Build my last ironworks in Birmingham, maybe? Kind of my only choice, actually. Sure. Cost 12. 12, and I'm getting... Oh, I'm getting the coal for free. That's a nice bonus of this as well, I suppose. I get this coal. Sure. And then I will sell 5 iron back. And have 1 left over. With any luck, the automa will consume this for me, so this will be flipped when it's time to gain income. Let's pay my 12. Yep, it did consume this. Good. So that was my actions. I sold and I did this. This ironworks. It seems very strange that I've been so focused on ironworks. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really know what is strange. It just doesn't seem right. Okay, and what will you do? You would like to, in Birmingham, build manufacturing. You don't have to build a link to get access to coal. You can build manufacturing. Sure. Perfectly fine. The cost is 12, and the coal is all free. Yep, that's true. And you get to flip this. Next, you want to try to sell something. Do you have anything to sell? Well, there's manufacturing right here, and you have beer there. So that would be a legal sale. Are there any others? No. So that's the sale you'll make. You'll flip this and spend your beer. And flip this. I mean, you're doing a lot. Look at this. You flipped 3 tiles this turn. Pretty cool. And didn't end up flipping my ironworks for me, sadly. Okay. You already paid for your manufacturing, so you're done. Oh, and I forgot to make sure that you spent more than me, but you did, so it's fine. I think I want to develop my way through Like I want to spend as much of this era as I can going through these really high value manufacturing tiles, I think. A lot of points on them, and like this one doesn't even require beer. This one requires 2 beer, which is very expensive. So I think I should develop these out of the way, which has the nice advantage of using up my ironworks as well. I guess I need to also stake out places that I can even... Well, I need a lot of beer, too, if I'm going to do all this trading. But I need to make sure I don't put myself into a position where the automa can drink my beer without my consent. I have how much money? 33. Okay. There's only one of each of these. There's 2 of those. So if I develop both of these out of the way... I mean, I could try to actually play them, I guess. Just actually come up with the 2 beer. But I think if I want to get these down, right? And this is going to cost me 3 beer over the course of the game. Spending 2 more on any of these seems very difficult. Even coming up with 3 beer, I'm like, that sounds very hard. With just 10 actions left? Could build 2 breweries. I mean, it's not the end of the world. But it's not easy, necessarily. Okay. So, yeah, I guess I'll develop first. Spending... I don't need this card. It's literally illegal for me to ever build another ironworks. So I'm going to develop, removing this iron and buying another, flipping this to dunk both of these tiles in the trash. That was my first action. My second action, I should start placing these tiles. So let's grab some more industry in Birmingham, I think. If I can. Oh, wait. How am I going to do all this? Please hold. Okay, Tamworth I can do. Cannock is not useful. Walsall I can do. Walsall, I want to eventually put a brewery there, but I guess it's not urgent. Yeah, that card's useless. Okay. So I guess I'm doing it in Tamworth, excuse me. Nope, that's illegal. That's not the right kind of industry. So I actually can't build any manufacturing. This whole plan is cuckoo. No, it's Walsall. But I wanted to put a brew. Well, I see. I can spend the Walsall card to get into Walsall with manufacturing, and then spend a brewery card to build a brewery there. That makes sense. And this one doesn't cost any coal, so it's legal to do that even though it's not connected yet. Why are you saying pay 0? Strange. The cost should be 20. And that was my second action. So I'm done. The automa will build cotton in Tamworth if possible. It is possible to build more cotton in Tamworth. You got it. Then it will try to sell something. The only thing it can sell is cotton in Tamworth. That is the only industry that is not flipped. However, there is no beer available for this sale. So it will try to produce beer in some way. It builds a brewery in the city indicated on the rear side of the card. So the card is Litoxeter? Oh, that's one of the ones in the north. I see. Brewery. Here? I don't think there's any tiebreaker rule for which building slot to use. Is there? I guess I'll check. No. Okay, so it builds that brewery. It pays 26. 14 a coal for this. The coal costing 2. So that's 16. The brewery is 9 plus an iron, which is 1. So that's 10, which is 26. Yes, this is the correct cost. We saw one of each removed. Good. And it should get 2 beers up here in Litoxeter. Autoxeter, excuse me. Yeah. Okay. Have you spent more than me? You have. Good. Where am I putting? I need to put more industry somewhere. I need to draw cards that let me do that. These cards all don't do anything. I might have to somehow develop out this garbage. I wish I had one of the pottery cards back, honestly. So, maybe what I should do is build a brewery and spend that beer, some of it, on building 2 links. Because links are worth points, for sure. And Walsall's going to need some connections anyway. Oh, I do have a Stafford card. I could do this. These are my final cards. I will never draw any more cards. So this develop was highly dubious, I guess. So if I'm going to sell anything, like, it's this one thing I just placed and pottery? I see. So I actually should urgently place pottery in Stafford, I think. Because it's kind of the only place, the only card I have left that will let me build a pottery, and that is important to me. Oh, but it doesn't have access to coal. So I can't. Even Walsall doesn't have access to coal. What the hell? Boy, Birmingham's not worth as many points as I thought it would be. So if I want to build in Stafford this pottery at some point, I'm going to have to develop this one out of the way, but I'm going to have to also pay to get coal there. I can get coal there from Wolverhampton, for example, but I want to have beer too, so that I can do a double build action. And like, I went to all the trouble. Well, maybe I don't want a double build. Because if I'm selling this with one beer and this pottery with one beer, maybe I do just want to do single build actions. I guess, though, each brewery I can build, like, instead of build link, spending 2 actions on that, if I could manage to spend 2 actions on brewery double link, I'm up a bunch of link points and brewery points. Okay, so maybe I should be spending this era, the remainder of the game, really, on trying to build a lot of breweries. I have a lot of brewery cards, so that certainly seems possible. And the enemy already has access to beer, so he won't be drinking mine. That makes sense, I think. So, okay. If I want to head up to Stafford and also build some beer, the only place that's current... Okay, which of these cards ever do anything? This is a nothing card. Worcester, I mean, it could do something, but it won't. Tamworth, it's a nothing card. Coalbrookdale, it's a nothing card. Stafford, this is an important card. Cammack, it could do something. And these 2 brewery cards. So I can only build at most 2 breweries this entire round, game, really. Okay. One of them will be in Walsall. Oh, right. Yeah, none of these can build breweries, and these are all nothing, so fine. Anywhere I build a brewery, it has to be somewhere that's already part of my network. So I guess it is Walsall. I guess that's what I'm supposed to do here, is build a brewery in Walsall right now. That's £9. Fine, just pay that. Now, I'd like to take a double... Oh, let's put this out. I'd like to take a double road action here. That's why one of the reasons I'm building this beer is to let me take double actions to get more links down by the end of the game. Because I don't think I'm actually spending all that much money in the remainder of the game, except on links. So let's put down a link to Walsall so that... Well, wait a minute. This doesn't have to be connected. The beer doesn't have to connect to anything. But I have to get coal to Stafford to start building there. And Walsall has 2 of my buildings in it. So I'd like this to be flipped, and the automa is not going to build links into it. So I don't know. Isn't that a good reason to build links through here? I'm not sure. Like if I do this, I'm getting 2 points, maybe 3 from Birmingham. If I do this, I'm probably getting 4 points if I go this way. Because I assume this is going to flip by the end of the game. Plus the points for Walsall, which are the same either way. Yeah, that makes sense. And then also from Walsall to Cannock. It concludes 20 is my cost. That's 15 for the rail and 5 for the coal. Yeah. I hope you don't build another coal mine. I want to build a coal mine. But I don't think I'm supposed to do it before I take this action. Where am I building a coal mine, actually? Cannock, I guess. Yeah. Okay, well, let's do it. Oh, I have to pick a card. Yeah, one of the nothing cards. This one. I spent a brewery card and then an anything card. Or a nothing card, I guess. Okay, he's not building a mine. Let's see. If iron is 4 pounds or more, which it isn't, 4, so greedy. He's going to try to build a brewery at Nuneaton or Walsall. Well, I'm glad I got the Walsall brewery down in time. Because that was one of very few places I can squeeze a brewery in. So he can't do that. Instead, he's going to try linking from Nuneaton or Walsall if either of them is part of his network. Walsall isn't, but Nuneaton is. So he's going to try to double link from there. Which he can do because he has beer. So he's going to choose... Okay, how does it do a double link? From the city it just built into. Got it. Okay. So it first decides where to build to from Nuneaton. Right? That's where it's building from? I've forgotten already. Yes. How does it decide that? To a city that's part of its network. Well, there are 3 choices. The city with the most built industry tiles. Well, that's Birmingham. So it will double road action, not beer. It'll build this link. And then it's going to build another link out of Birmingham using this beer. These are the 3 legal options. Among them, this is the only one that's already part of its network. Yes, that is what it will do. That was its main action. Let's pay that now, I guess. By the way, the price of coal is going up, up, up. 22. 15 plus 3 plus 4? Yep, okay. Then its second choice will be to sell. If it can, which I think it can. Yes. There's cotton here and beer there. So this flips. And this flips. And there was a buyer for the cotton, of course. And it's not quite connected over here, which doesn't matter. I was thinking this was a place that had market beer, but A, it doesn't, and B, they don't buy cotton there, so this is fine. Okay. So you are done, but I need you to spend more than me, so do that, please. Oh, I didn't spend one of my beers when I double railroaded. That should be gone. Okay. The AI is now out of beer. That's a dangerous spot for me to be in. I don't want you drinking my beer, I don't think. So how much money do I have? 19? Ooh. Well, I know how to get a bunch more. Yeah. So I'm going to build that coal mine in Cannock. Now is the time. I can't do that. Why did I think I could do that? Oh, I can. I have the Cannock card. I knew it. Okay, great. I just thought Cannock was a different color, so I didn't see it in my hand. So Cannock, coal mine. The total cost of this is 10. 8 for the mine and 2 for the iron. Fine. But then I get to sell 4 coal back to the market. Gaining a gross 12 pounds back and flipping this instantly. Now I'm up to 21. That's a more workable number. And I want to get up to the Stafford pottery. But I want to spend my beer, I think. My idea is eventually I'll connect up the beer. I'll build a brewery either over here or over here. Probably here. And that'll give me 2 beer, which I'll spend all at once selling both of these. I still have to develop this one out of the way, sadly. So, do I have enough actions left? Develop, build, sell. I have 1 action to build all my links with. So, and I need a link both to the pottery and a brewery location. So it has to be a double... Man, am I going to run out of money? What's my income like? Oh, 20 is pretty good, I guess. But if I do a double build right now, it's 20 pounds. I'll be at 1. Maybe that's setting my sights too high to get the pottery built this game. Well, maybe the AI will give me some more beer. But if let's say I do that, right? I double build. Or I double railroad here. It cost me 20. I go down to 1. I gain 20 back. Fine, I'm at 21. And I can't build this. So, like, what could I do instead? I could develop and then build the brewery. Costs 2 iron plus 7. It's like 13 at least. Well, maybe not. Maybe he'll make an ironworks. You never know. I'd have 8 pounds left. Then I'd gain 20. I'd have 28. I could then afford to build and sell. Wow. It's very close. I shoot for the stars, right? I think I'm going to try it. So let's play a nothing card. Worcester, I guess. To double rail action. Here and here. 20 pounds. Unreal. Oh, whoops. I forgot these are going to cost 2 more next turn as well. I can't afford that, can I? Because if I spend 22... I can't then also spend 7. That's 29. I'm only going to have 28 pounds, I think, is what I said. By the time it's time to sell this stuff. Oh, no, because I'm flipping this. My income's going to go up a bit. Because I just double built, so I get some more beer income. Okay, that's probably doable. And it might get cheaper if the AI builds one of these. It might get more expensive if they consume resources, and then I'm in trouble. But I think this is worth the try. Okay, and you will, in Cannock or Burton-on-Trent, build manufacturing. Burton-on-Trent has space for manufacturing, so that's fine. You can consume some iron. That's fine. I don't mind if you take 1 iron. Okay, and we'll just pay for that. There you go. Next, you will try to sell something, but I don't think any beer is available. Right? Well, there isn't any beer available, but if you have an industry that could sell, you're supposed to try to connect it to beer. And this one could, couldn't it? So, okay, what's your order of priority here? If it's connected but has no beer, you build beer, but that's not the case. It's not connected. So instead, it's not connected, but one tile could connect it. That's true. Either of these would do. Then you will build there as your second action. Okay, consuming some coal makes me a bit nervous. I think I might be okay, though. I think you increase... Well, we'll see. So which one would you like to connect to? First, one that's part of your network. Either of these would work. Second, it's one that has the most buildings. Is that correct? Yeah, the most buildings already. So these both have 2, so still a tie. Link to the city with the most free spaces, 0, still a tie. Link to a city which causes coal to be taken from one of your mines, not possible. If none of these, this is the last, I've used all the tiebreakers, right? Yeah, okay. If none of these rules determine a unique link, start from the north, go clockwise, build in the first eligible one you find. So from here, you will build a link to Tamworth. Costs you 8. 5 plus 3 for coal. Fine. Oh, but spend 15 pounds, please. Thank you. Oh, it's real close. So what I'm looking at now is, if I'm keeping up with my original plan, I'm developing this pottery out of the way. And only this pottery. I don't want to spend any more on iron than I have to. And then I'm building a brewery. So that's going to cost me 7 plus 2 iron. That's 14 pounds. I'll be down to 9. Pick up 22 more is 31. It's only 30 to build this pottery, so I think that's the deal. What if he drinks my beer, though? Oh, he's going to want to drink my beer if I do this. And I can't change the order, can I? I can't. Shoot. You have an industry right there, waiting to flip. It just needs beer. I might get lucky, and you might draw a card that tells you to build some beer, but, like, where? There's no place left. I guess this, but you can't get there. I don't think this plan is going to work. If I could do it in the other order, it would be okay. I could build the pottery now, but I can't afford that. It's way too much money. I have to spend a turn kind of not doing anything to give myself that option. So I guess trying to get a double sell was just too greedy. It hasn't worked. I mean, I guess it's still possible that the AI takes a double action and can't get to the sell part, right? Is it? No. Well, maybe it would decide to build Call in Kidderminster? I doubt it. That would actually take it 2 actions. Or it might decide to build Cotton in Kidderminster? That's more realistic. Right? That would require first building coal to get there. A railway to get coal in. But that's still very specific. But, I mean, what else am I going to do? I can flip 2 tiles. I wish I could get to 3, all 3 of these. And if I'm very lucky, I can. But probably not. Oh, wait a minute. No. What's the rules for consuming an opponent's beer? It doesn't have to be in your network. It just has to be connected, right? I need to read, like, the main rules for this. I guess they should be on the player guide. Consuming beer. Connected opponent's brewery. Yeah, not in your network, but connected. So if I build here, they can take my beer. Coal's so expensive, man. So, okay, I guess... No, the problem is... The only cards I have left to do anything but build links and sell with are Stafford and a brewery, right? So, fine. I'm definitely building a brewery in this farm, and I might as well do it now. Oh, why is this face down? Oh, this was... I already did something, right? What was it? That's the start of my turn. Wait a minute. Oh, right. I played this face down to take my first action, but I haven't taken a first action yet. So, I can spend my first action building this brewery, which I think will be good. It'll flip no matter what. Either you'll drink my beer or I will. The question is, my second action, I could be greedy, develop this pottery out of the way to get access to this amazing pottery. But if I don't end up getting to build, to sell it, it's kind of wasted. Like, I could just get 7 points for flipping this one instead, right? By developing, I'm buying an iron for the hope to maybe get 11 points. Could I... If you drink my beer, I still get this one flipped, right? I guess if I'm really unlucky, you might build another industry and then drink 2 of my beer. I would have to throw myself from a balcony if that happened, I think. Oh my god, that would be a nightmare. So maybe I'm just supposed to cash out here. Build the brewery, sell my 1 manufactured good. Next turn, maybe you'll have drunk my beer. Probably is my guess. And if you have, then I'll just build a couple links. If you haven't, then I can spend the beer myself on building links in the expensive way, I guess. Yeah, I think it's too much of a dream to try to get Stafford going. So it turns out I should have maybe sold this earlier. I'm not sure I have the beer to do so, though. All right, so actually I'm not playing this card yet. I'm building my brewery now. Here. Say it costs 10. 7 and 3. Yep, okay. And then I'm going to... Well, first of all, put the beer on it. Then play any card to sell. So I have these goods which require a beer, and they have a buyer. They have two buyers, in fact. Actually, we're still not connected over here, funny enough. But that's fine because we're connected to Oxford. So sell this, consuming this beer. And that's my turn. Your action will be... Oh no, I could have gotten away with it! Oh, actually, wait. Where are they trying to build this? God, that text is small. Does it say Nuneaton? How do you get the Windows magnifier? Oh, if I just zoom in Chrome, does that do it maybe? No, the images are the same size. They just move further apart. Very funny. I think this is the layout I had before. Okay, Windows magnifier. Where is that thing? There's some shortcut and I can never remember what it is. Birmingham, Coventry, or Coalbrookdale? I don't think any of those are available. Birmingham can't have iron. Coalbrookdale is full. Coventry is full. Yeah, you can't do that. Okay, so they're going to try to build Walsall. Yeah, you can't do that either. Link from Walsall, you're not connected there, so you won't do that. So let's draw a new card. None of these are legal. Wolverhampton or Redditch build manufacturing. Can't do it. Link from Wolverhampton or Redditch. That you can do. So let's see. First, it prefers to build from Wolverhampton. Then it assesses which link from Wolverhampton is best. Prefer connecting to something in your network. These both are. Prefer the one with the most built tiles, I think, right? Yes. So you will build to Kennick. And you will drink my beer to take a second build action. You are connected to it, and you want to connect to your other... Oh, wait, no, hang on. It wants to go out of the tile, the place you just built into. Sorry, I made you mad, mod, I guess. So it's going to want to build out of Cannock now, not out of Wolverhampton. There's only one way to do that, so it builds here. Total cost 9. Well, that's just wrong. Good news is it doesn't really matter. It should be 15 plus my beer plus 2 coal. The amount doesn't matter, but we should make sure it gets 2 coal. It didn't. There we go. Okay, that was its first action, building those 2 links. Its second action, it's going to try to sell, but all the beer is gone. It does have something that could sell if there were beer. And it's connected, right? Yeah. So it's going to try to place a brewery, I assume, is what this means. In Walsall or anywhere? Is that what this means? Anywhere with a pat? If the building is connected to its merchant but has no access to beer, it builds a brewery in the city indicated on the rear side of the card. So, okay. Walsall. So I think this slash means prefer to build it in Walsall, or failing that, in any city that is connected to somewhere you can sell it? I think? No. That's what this arrow means. This means either try to build a brewery in Walsall, or build a link necessary to complete. Yeah, there's nothing in here about if you can't build in the indicated city. So I think it just can't take this sell action. So instead it develops. If iron costs 2 pounds or less. But it definitely doesn't. In which case it networks again. And this time there's no access to beer, so it just builds 1 link. Where does it network from? This is the first time I'm resolving a network action. Places a link tile starting... Oh no. Rear side action network. Places 1 link tile starting from whatever city it most recently took an action in. Okay. So, I mean, I guess you mean Burton-on-Trent? That's good news for me, because that link is going to do nothing. Well, it might score some points if you manage to flip the industry this round. It's weird to me that it can't figure out how to build, like, in stone or something. But I guess it can't. Okay. So we're going to build here. Or actually, it says the last tiebreaker is closest to north from in the clockwise direction. So I guess it's here in Derby. Okay. 10 pounds? Yeah, coal is 5. Yikes. So I think I actually might have gotten away with it. Because because it didn't manage to replace the beer. I was thinking maybe if it had replaced the beer, it would have drunk one of my beer, but then decided to place another one of its own. Haha, kind of neat. But it didn't manage to place that extra beer. And instead, it made the price of coal so insane that I think I couldn't afford to build this anyway. Okay, final round. All I can do is just place some links, right? I have Stafford and Tamworth. Stafford, I could build but never cash in one of these. Pretty useless. Tamworth, I can't do anything. So I'm just supposed to spend all my money on links that are worth as much money as I can manage. Okay. Well, I see a couple 4s. There's another 4. Ooh. Ooh, that's a 6. Okay, that's cool. I can't afford a double railroad action because there's no beer anywhere, and I can't make any. But I can take one action here. I am allowed to do this because Tamworth is part of my network, so I can continue it to Nuneaton. Total cost 10. The next one's not going to cost 27, so this is fine. Where's the next best place? This looks pretty... No, it's only 4. This is nice, but this is bad. There's a 4 here, a 4 here, a 4 here. That's 5. That's the current winner. That's 5. Okay, so either one of those seems good. Oh, before I put this down, let's uncheck double rail action. I guess I'll go here just in case you somehow manage to flip another building in Birmingham. Seems unlikely. I'll pay my £26 and I'm done. I spent both of these actions to do 2 single rail actions. What would you like to do with your last turn on Earth? Build a coal mine at Kidderminster. Oh my god. Okay, sure. Well, I mean, you'll get to sell a bunch of coal, I guess. And you'll probably flip the coal mine. Fine. Oh, you won't even sell the coal because it's not connected until you link it up. This is just a disastrous action for you. And then you'll take a single rail action because you can't do a double to this building here. Okay, you're done. End of the game. How did we do? Smoked them. No, we can't. I must be confused about something because I swear the game that I played the other day, our scores, we tied at 76. It must have been 176. Yeah, that makes more sense. Well, I don't know, though. We only had 40-something points in round 1, not 60. So maybe we... Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so it scored all this probably correctly. My rail line scored more, your industries scored more. That makes sense. But not by as much, and I had a head start. So I beat you by 20 on rail in this era. And lost industries by 13, so I picked up 7 plus the 4 rail is 11, and I was already ahead by 14, so 25. Yeah, that adds up. I mean, I could check the scoring, but I believe the mod is getting this right. We checked it several times already or in the first era. And, yeah. Okay, well, so that's Brass Birmingham. Not going to be like a recurring series on the channel, but I wanted to get a practice game in, and I thought I would show it off while I was playing. and see how the automa does. I mean, I'm sure it could have posed more of a challenge. How did I feel about, like, I could have turned up the difficulty, right? Which basically just means it gets more points, and I guess consumes more stuff, because you end up, one of the main things you do is a lot of these weaker manufacturing tiles get removed, and so it gets more points and consumes more resources, I guess. So I don't know. I could have turned up the difficulty. I'm not sure that would have made that big a difference. I guess it probably would have, but I don't know. It doesn't look that significant. But if it's there as a difficulty setting, it probably is. It seemed like it made... There were occasions when I was thinking, well, gosh, what is it going to do? Is it going to try to steal my beer? And I did kind of have to play around it in the way that I would a real player, right? I was said, oh, I can manage to build both of these and sell it. But I didn't realize that I was thinking that I could, as my last action, my last turn, build the brewery and then spend both beer. That's why I thought I could do this action. There would never be any beer sitting there for the opponent to take. But it turned out my cash reserves were low enough that building the brewery had to be done early to let me save up money for the expensive pottery action. If I'd had, $5 or $6 more, I could have done it. But anyway, that was why I thought I could afford to build up to the pottery thing. Then when it came time to actually do it, I had to say, the AI, looking at its board position, it's probably going to steal my beer one way or another. And it did. So I just had to accept that the dream of the Stafford pottery was in fact a mirage. So that was a way in which it had the same kind of interaction you would with a real player. There were plenty of things that were missing that could have been better. More realistic. In a real game, figuring out what your opponent wants. Like, it was so bad at building coal mines. Unbelievably bad. And did it? I don't think it ever built an ironworks. Yeah, this one got removed at the end of the first era, right? Yeah. I mean, so I was building too many ironworks in that case, I think. But I don't know. They flip early. They're worth points. I kind of felt like as soon as I could, sell it, as soon as I could see a path to selling it back to the market, even relatively cheap, I would rather have built the ironworks than let the opponent do it. Maybe that was wrong. Maybe I should have risked letting the price get higher. That's the kind of thing where with another player, you could look at their board and be like, do they want to build an ironworks? How much is it worth to them? I don't know. I'm glad the price of coal got high by the end of the game, though. I feel like it should. Would have been nice to be able to build a coal mine at the end, I suppose. I didn't have the cards for it. I'm not sure it even would have been that good, though, because just placing a link was worth 5 points. Yeah, it's only 3 points for this. Never mind. That would be lame. I don't need that. Okay. Well, so that's Brass Birmingham. Brass Lancashire is similar, but I think it doesn't have the beer mechanic, is my understanding. I assume it's a different map and so on, but the rules are basically the same, except there's no beer, so you just sell stuff, I guess. I haven't read the rules. That's my understanding. And Pittsburgh is in the 1890s, later than this stuff is. And, of course, takes place in Pittsburgh. And so they've replaced beer with oil. They've changed how connectivity works for buying and selling goods. And they've made these tracks more complicated. How the order you build things in is more interesting in some way. They've also made the manufacturing more interesting. That it shows you like what you're building, like, you know, slot number 6 or 5 or 4 or something is bicycles or something. It doesn't matter, but anyway. So those are the entries in the Brass series. Pittsburgh is not out yet, as I understand it. When did Brass Birmingham come out? That's what I want to know. Because I played it at a board game. It says 2018. So I must have played it when it was actually pretty new. Because it was at least... Well... It was around 2020. A little before or a little after. Because that was the whole COVID thing. And I remember going to that game store with a mask on. But I don't know if that was when I was playing Brass or not. Someone had brought it in and wanted to play it. I don't know. It must have been relatively new. But, you know, I'm not assuming it came out exactly in 2018. So... There you go. I hope you guys enjoyed. It was fun practice for me. Oh my god, it went on for so long. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.